It's May 10th, 2023. This is a joint meeting of the Town Council, the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, and the Human Rights Commission. As such, it has been posted as a meeting by all three committees. The open meeting law has been extended. This allows us to continue to hold meetings remotely without a quorum of any of the bodies being physically in the meeting location, but providing the public with adequate alternative access. This meeting is accessible in real time by Zoom, by phone, or as a live broadcast on Amherst Media Channel 9 or on their live stream. I'll first call the Town Council to order and then ask the co-chairs of CSSJC and HRC to call their meetings to order. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the May 10th, 2023 Town Council meeting to order at 6:34. When I call upon each counselor, please make sure that you can hear us and we can hear you, and then mute yourself again. Shalini Baumel.
Present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Johanneke is absent because of another engagement she could not change. Anika Lopes.
Present.
Michelle Miller.
Present.
Dorothy Pam.
Here.
Pam Rooney.
Here.
Kathy Shane is absent this evening. Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Present.
Alicia Walker. Not here at this time. Okay, we'll keep an eye out. Allegra or Dee, you want to go ahead? And call CSSJC to order.
It is 6:35 and I am calling the CSSJC to order. Do I have to read the same extensions part? No. Okay.
No,
Just make sure
no,
everybody can hear
if you
each other.
just make sure everybody that is here individually can hear you and you can hear them.
Okay, perfect. Miss Pat?
Here.
Philip
Here.
and Deborah?
Here.
I believe Dee had a Dee is in the audience as an attendee.
Athena will bring her in. Okay,
Dee, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And I don't see Freke's name, but we do have a quorum. And I do see that Alicia has joined us, so.
right. Alicia, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for joining us. And Philip, would you please go ahead and call HRC to order?
Yep. It's 6:36 and I called the Human Rights Commission to order, and I will see members. Ronnie.
I'm here.
Awesome. Victor.
Present.
Tyler.
Here.
Juliana.
Present.
And I believe that is it, including myself, which I can clearly hear and speak.
Okay, I'm just scanning the whole screen to make sure that everybody has been called on. I do want to check to see that the town manager can hear us and we can hear him.
Yes, present.
Pamela Young
I'm present.
and Earl Miller.
Present.
Okay, and Athena is also with us. All right. There is no chat room for this meeting. If you have technical issues, please let me or your chair know, or Athena. And we're going to use the raised hand button since we're all in different locations. And if we have technical difficulties that cause us to have to make a note in the meeting, we will do so at the time. There are no changes to the agenda as it is posted. I'm going to ask each of the committees whether or not they have any announcements. Don't see any hands, but and let me just say, at the end of the joint meeting with the town council, CSSJC and HRC are planning to continue their meeting using the same link. Okay. We're going to, let me just mention also that in preparation for this meeting, Michelle Miller and I, representing the council, met with the co-chairs of CSSJC. We met with Dee and Allegra, and we met with Philip Avila on Monday night and came up with kind of a plan for how to proceed with this very important discussion. We are going to move to general public comment. And we aren't going to use a timer. I'm sorry, a panelist has her hand up. Allegra, yes.
I just wanted to note that Freke has joined us, so I just wanted to make sure that we could hear him for CSSJC.
Great. Okay.
Hi,
Perfect, thank you. Can you hear us?
yes, I can. I'm walking home.
Oh, wonderful. All right, thank you.
Thanks for letting us join your walk. Okay. Are there any other comments at this point or other people you need to bring in? Okay. Then with that, we're going to ask that people, try to keep their remarks to 3 minutes, if at all possible. And but we are going to go ahead and have public comment now. From the standpoint of the joint meeting of HRC, CSSJC, and the town council, this is the only public comment. The other committees, when they continue their meetings, may decide they're going to have additional public comment. So if you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time. So with the agreement of the other committees, we'll go on. So let me preface this and ask the town clerk, the clerk to the town council, to place on the screen the motion that brings us to this meeting tonight. Okay. So on November 14th, the town council requested that the town manager work with the DEI department and other staff for the following 7 purposes. And we're going to be discussing each of those tonight with both presentations and then discussion from all 3 of the committees. At the end of the motion, which all of this was followed, a draft report was provided to the town council, to the CSSJC, and the Human Rights Commission, and they, in return, have written their advice back to the town council and the town manager. And that brings us to tonight. But I want to actually recall a bit of our timeline that actually creates this larger meeting. And you can take that down. On May 25th, 2020, George Floyd, a 46-year-old Black man, was murdered in Minneapolis, Minnesota. That led to several, and I do mean several, actions taken by the town council, the town manager, and the hard work of many people who are assembled here tonight and join us in the audience. First of all, there was a passage of a resolution in the aftermath of the death of George Floyd. That was on June 1st, 2020. Then there was a resolution on December 7th, a resolution affirming the town of Amherst's commitment to end structural racism and achieve racial equity for Black residents. But resolutions don't do it. They don't do a thing. They're a nice statement, but what really is important is right after that was the creation of the Community Safety Working Group. That group conducted significant research and made recommendations to the town council in 2 reports issued in May and October of 2021. Including in those recommendations was that we create a Community Safety and Social Justice Committee, which has happened, and they're here with us tonight. They also asked that we create a community responder department, and we did. We approved the funding and the creation of the CREST department. They also asked that we create a Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and we did. And we are joined tonight by the directors of each of those groups. In addition to that, the council, not exactly in the same line, but related, approved the creation of the African Heritage Reparations Assembly and the creation of a fund for reparations, the report for which we will hear from soon in terms of the recommendations of how that money would be spent. Following an incident on July 5th, 2022, lengthy discussions took place with the town council and in many instances, members of the CSSJC and the public. And those conversations continued from August into November 14th. And at that time, the town council passed the motion that appeared on the screen. Our goal tonight is to hear the updates from the town manager and his staff regarding these 7 items and the advice from the CSSJC and HRC. Both items are in your packet. Upon hearing the presentations, I've asked Councillor Michelle Miller, as a result of our conversation on Monday night, as chair of the African Heritage Reparations Committee, to facilitate the conversation on each of those items. As we conclude that portion of the discussion, all members of each committee will be asked if they would like to make any final comments. And I will formally request that the town manager include updates on these 7 items and any other relevant actions in his monthly town manager's report. With that, I would like to ask town manager Paul Bockelman, Pamela Young, Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and Earl Miller, the head of CREST, to proceed with their presentation.
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you to everyone who's here tonight. I appreciate your time and being with us and giving us the opportunity to update you on where we are on a number of issues. As you can go to the next slide. Lynn's already talked about this. So as the council voted on November 14th, this is the bullet points from the motion that Lynn had listed before. And this is our opportunity to report on where we are, the actions that we've taken, the progress we have made in addressing these issues. We'll go through them one by one during the course of this presentation. Each is they're at different stages of progress. Some we've made good progress on, some not so good. And we're just going to be laying out everything where we are. And this is a progress report in essence. So next slide, please. So working with the DEI director and other staff, we submitted a written report addressing the council's motion on March 17th. So tonight, Pamela Nolan Young, the town's Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and Earl Miller, the town's director of our CREST, or Community Responder Program department, will summarize the report. I hope this information will provide you and the broader community with an update on the work we are doing. We're very proud of the work that has been done so far. You know, we don't often get the opportunity to step back and to recognize the hard work that is being done. So tonight, I want to thank Pamela and Earl publicly. First, for their decision to come to work for the town, and also for their dedication to the mission of their jobs, and for the highly professional skill, knowledge, and social intelligence that they bring to the work. We would not be where we are today if we did not have these 2 visionary leaders leading these 2 departments. So thank you, Pamela and Earl, right at the offset. I think it's really important. We don't get to say that very often. Next slide. So in less than 10 months, the town has created and operationalized 2 new municipal departments. I can't tell you how unusual this is in the municipal world. That's the world I live in. It's just not done. We recruited and convinced 2 great leaders, Pamela and Earl, that this was the opportunity that was not to be missed. In turn, they recruited and hired a strong, diverse staff to support the 2 departments. Some we knew, like Jennifer Moyston, who brings extraordinary skills and knowledge of the community, who is our assistant DEI director. And we hired others who were part of our community, but were not new to working for the town. So today, both of our departments are working actively to meet their respective missions. There's obviously more work to be done, more goals to set, and more goals to meet. It is important to note in this work, there are no check boxes to check and say done. There's no mission accomplished. The work is ongoing, and it will be ongoing for a very long time. We all know that. That's why it has been so important for us to step back in times and look at what we have accomplished in a relatively short period of time, and to thank all of those who are devoting their time and effort to bettering our community. We're very fortunate to have them all. Next slide. Oh, no, actually go back one. So I want to take a minute to talk about how we have approached these two departments. And as I mentioned, this is sort of a marathon, not a sprint. We're working to build two departments for the long haul. That's why it's been important to establish these departments as true parts of our town governance structure and to establish a theory of and model of growth. As we have formed these departments, we've learned a lot. We've learned from our experiences as we continue to engage with the community. We've created new partnerships and shaped existing partnerships. While we may have a vision laid out, that vision must be dynamic, not static. We must be willing to listen and to change in these new areas. We're in an ever evolving and changing landscape. One of the things I talk about with Earl, well, first, I tell him that he should keep good notes because he's going to be writing a book someday and go on some big fancy speaking tour, because what he's doing and the Crest Department is doing is really remarkable and setting the standard for communities throughout the country. And as a side note, today we had our first master's thesis submitted that was done on the Crest program, or part of the Crest program. And that just shows that this is groundbreaking work that graduate students are starting to look at and say, what can we learn from what they're developing? So the thing that we talk about is that we need to establish an effective level of service. We work it, we get good at it. We make sure that it can be maintained. And once we got that under our belts, we level up to the next level of service. Each level brings new challenges, complications, negotiations, and we continue to repeat that. We set expectations, we meet them, and then exceed them, and we are ready to move on. In short, we need to be building these departments so that they are sustainable financially and operationally, so that they will be contributing to the town for years and decades to come. So now I'd like to hand it over to Pamela to get into the specifics of the report, and then we'll go to Earl to conclude.
Right, would you advance to the next slide? Again, good evening, and I am pleased to be able to give you the status report on behalf of the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. So next slide, please. So as has already been mentioned before, this work really began with the Community Safety Working Group. And whenever Jennifer and I are talking about the office, she always insists that we begin with acknowledging that the work was done by the Community Safety Working Group. And so I also want to acknowledge that a lot of the work that we're doing in our office finds its root with the Community Safety Working Group. Next slide, please. So as you know, our office has been in existence for just 10 months. Jen and I were sworn in on July 5th, and we're looking forward to our 1-year anniversary. Next slide, please. Although you know Jennifer, one of the things that we've done as we've introduced our office is to reintroduce people to the work that she's done in the community. So she's almost a lifelong resident of Amherst. She's been a town employee for 10 years. In fact, her 10-year anniversary was on May 6th. She is a community participation officer. So she, along with Angela Mills and Brianna Sedgwick, are responsible for outreach to the community, in addition to her work with the DEI office. And as you know, she's the driving force behind a lot of the DEI efforts that the town has engaged in. And she's soon to be president of the Amherst Survival Center. Next slide, please. So I am new to Amherst, but not new to Western Mass. I have over 20 years experience in DEI. I'm certified as an NCBI and bystander trainer, and I'm a founding member of the Massachusetts Fair Housing Center. So while Amherst is new to me as far as employment is concerned, I've been a resident of Western Mass off and on since 1988. So I'm pleased to be back in Western Mass and pleased to be a part of what I consider to be the revolutionary work that the town has decided to take on. So Jennifer and I are an office of two, and I really see that she is the connector. If you're familiar with Malcolm Gladwell, she is the person who knows this community well and helps to make the connections that were really necessary and needed for our office. Next slide, please. So the town adopted a diversity, equity, and inclusion statement, and it is summarized here. Jennifer and I have used this to form the strategies and our vision for the office, a dedication to education and programming, a commitment to provide inclusive and equitable access to all the municipal services and programs, a commitment to and accountability for advancing DEI efforts, establishing partnership, and the recognition of all aspects of human differences. So our work is not limited to only work around race or gender, but really all human differences. Next slide, please. And actually, if you'll advance until the slide is complete. Oh, go back one slide, but there should be additional information on this slide. So you may need to, or something's missing. All right, well, I'm not sure what happened with that slide, but I'll just continue on. When I describe the work of the office, I generally say that our work is falls into what I would say three broad categories. Internally, we're working with the town council, all of the departments, boards, and committees. In fact, Jennifer and I support 4 boards: the Human Rights Commission, the CSSJC, the DAAC, and I'm missing one, which I can't recall right at this moment. Human Rights, DAC, African Heritage and Reparations Commission. So our work has an internal focus to it. In addition to the internal focus of working with all of those departments, boards, the town council, and staff, we also have an external focus. And that external focus is our work with the community to foster relationships with nonprofits, with businesses, with community members and organizations. And then the third category, and one that personally really attracted me to the position, is our work around racial reconciliation and healing. All right, next slide, please. So there were 7, I guess, parts of the resolution that the town passed, and I'll be addressing 6 of them, and Earl will address the 7th one when he does his presentation. So one of the resolutions was to propose to the town council a plan for community visioning with a focus on public safety and social justice. So the office began supporting this work in January by offering opportunities for community engagement. We sponsored the National Day of Racial Healing, which was an opportunity for members of the community to gather together to talk about racial healing and racial reconciliation. And we did that both as an event for staff only and as an event for community members. And since that time, we have been continuing to have opportunities to engage the community around topics around DEI. And in fact, on May 20th, we'll have another community event on allyship. In addition, we've started to have some initial conversations with the consultant to envision what this work would look like on an ongoing sense. And our hope is to complete the procurement process where we would be able to hire that consultant who has outlined a plan for community and vision that for community vision that includes 5 separate parts. So the first is to meet with the department to talk about the structure and protocols that we would use for community vision. The second part would be to train members of the town staff and community members to act as facilitators for these conversations. The third part would be to engage in those conversations broadly with select community members, as well as different groups and organizations, I should say targeted. And then to envision that those groups would then put together a list of strategies and priorities. There would be a large gathering for all of the various groups to come together to discuss their work. And then the consultant has envisioned working with us to synthesize the work of the community to develop a strategic plan. There was, I believe, some confusion about the description of community vision as it was reported in the report. And the confusion, I think, lied around whether only members of the staff would be engaged in this work. And that's obviously not the case. In discussions with the consultant, our prospective consultant, I asked if it would be permissible to have members of the staff trained as part of the train the trainer. In my eyes, that serves a dual purpose. It allows the town to get the benefit of having town staff trained in DEI principles and values. And then that staff is also able to act as facilitators for the larger community conversations that are proposed. Next slide, please. So the second part of the resolution was to propose to the town council a plan for the creation of a resident oversight board with a possible assistance from and hire an appropriate consultant to help with the development of that plan. An RFP for the resident oversight board was published on May 1st, and proposals are due on May 16th. So a great amount of work has gone into pushing this initiative forward. I guess it was probably December and January. I spoke with a number of different consultants to get a greater understanding about what would be needed if we were to hire someone to guide us through this work. And then based on those conversations, based on my review of the work of the Community Safety Working Group, drafted according to town protocols, an RFP that was published in May. And as I mentioned, those proposals are due on May 16th. So I think that we will very shortly be gathering a group of individuals to review those proposals. As part of the plan for the group to review the proposals, we've proposed that the members of that review team include the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, the Finance Department, a member from CRES, a member from the Police Department, and members from the Human Rights Commission, as well as a member from the CSSJC. Next slide, please. The third request was to organize a review of the public safety protocols for responding to and handling public safety calls involving all residents, including minors, in order to recommend changes to those protocols if appropriate. This request has been included in the request for the RFP for the Resident Oversight Board. I and other staff believed that it was premature to begin public safety protocols in advance of having the Resident Oversight Board, and at the same time that the town was in the midst of a search for a new police chief. It is my hope that during the creation of the Resident Oversight Board, and my expectation that there will be a complete review of the public safety protocols. And I hope at the time that this is happening, we will have hired hopefully a police chief. And so there will be an opportunity for law enforcement to weigh in as well as for the community to weigh in on the public safety protocols. Next slide, please. Continue the work already begun and exploring options for a youth empowerment center. So the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion and CRESS has agreed to hire an AmeriCorps member to spearhead the development of youth programming and services in both departments. So Earl and I have partnered to bring in an AmeriCorps volunteer. The volunteer will work 2 days with our office and 2 days with CRESS. On the 5th day, Friday, they're required to do work with AmeriCorps. So it is our hope that this individual who will begin in August will be able to work with both offices as well as to collaborate with other community partners about the workshops, activities, and presentations that will foster the work of Youth Empowerment Center. And I know that the town manager is also forming a working group to look at other initiatives around this area. Next slide, please. Provide training regarding racial equity, rights, and other options for training to employees and members of the public. So the office has already conducted a number of workshops for community members as well as staff, and has hosted on numerous cultural events. The most recent one was cultural event was this past Sunday for AAPI. We have partnered with the Human Resources Department to provide workshops during what will be likely the first quarterly professional development day for town staff. We've also provided workshops to the DPW and the Amherst Police Department. The fire department is scheduled for later this month. And in June, the departments that are housed in Bangs, which are Health, Senior Center, the Veterans Center, and CRESS will all be engaging together in staff workshops around DEI and equity initiatives. On May 20th, we'll host the second of our community workshops on allyship. That will also be in the Bang Center. And many of you are, of course, very familiar with the ongoing cultural events that the office has sponsored with the Human Rights Commission. Next slide. So the communication plan is one that's being developed by the communication director and the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. The town has some earmarked funds from Representative Dobb that will allow for translation services. The town recently purchased 3 translations devices that it's going to test and pilot. Some of the funds, the earmarked funds, have already been used for translation services for some applications and for some other events that the town has engaged in. And the communications director and I, along with other department heads, will be trying to formulate a long-term communications plan that looks at language access and translation in a more broader sense. I think there might be one last slide for me. This is just an overview of the town's communication landscape. So the websites with Google have translation plugins. There's a dedicated built-in online engagement platform for informing members of the community about town events. That's Engage Amherst. There are newsletters, calendar alerts on the town website for both town events and community events, weekly press meetings, a robust collection of public records. So we are engaged and trying to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to be engaged in the community and to utilize the numerous avenues for learning about efforts of the diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as CREST and other offices on town. And I think that's my final slide.
So Earl, do you want to set up your slide deck and then you can start?
Perfect. Hi, everyone. I can be wordy. I'm going to try to keep it to a minimum. So if I start to go too long, someone give me a look. I'm incredibly grateful. I think it's important for me to start there. I took this job because of the depth of the conversations this community had had, and a feeling that folks meant what they said. And you know, my 1 year was March 21st, and I still feel like you mean what you say. I don't know if there's a perfect path to the kind of big goals we have, but I have felt happy to spend my time working towards it. Next slide. So I really wanted to start with our mission statement. This is taken from the edicts of the town council, as well as from looking at the CSWG videos to really understand the philosophy of some of those things. And these are the core values that we think about every day. Everybody in this town is worthy of redemption, is worthy of hope, is worthy of not being represented by their worst day. And we often meet people on their worst day. So this is an important one for us to remember. Trauma-informed care. It's important for me to say that I was supposed to be at Amherst Cinema right now for a trauma-informed Hampshire County film screening. Rome Cabrera is there doing probably a much more succinct job than I would. And it's important to us to understand that the way that trauma impacts people's abilities to move through the world matters, and that it's worthy of being kind of honored and respected as we think about our work. Anti-racism, obviously, you'll see as we go through our training, we really infused all of our training period with anti-racism trainings. Really the idea of, you know, to understand the ways in which systems have historically worked to oppress people, and understanding that we are an institution in its infancy. And that means that we can avoid some of those things getting into the roots of our work. So we think about that and talk about that often. Being unarmed, I'll take, one of the things we say is being unarmed doesn't mean unskilled or untrained or unprepared or ill-equipped. It means that we don't show up with the tools to harm anyone. And we find that to be a large advantage. That should not be taken as a critique of any other public safety department. We are as different from everyone else as the police and fire department are from each other. We have a different set of responsibilities and scopes, and we stick to those. Person-centered, our approach looks different for everyone who's in front of us. Their needs are different. The way that they envision the world, their hopes and dreams, their goals and aspirations are different. So we don't subscribe to any kind of one-size-fits-all approach. We've worked with a fair amount of folks, and each of them have needed a little bit different things. And then collaboration. We are glad and excited to collaborate with anybody who's wants us to collaborate with them. That has led to some adventures, but I think we've learned something from all of those things. And there's still nobody we're unwilling to partner with. So hopefully that doesn't change. We really, this mission statement, I just want to say first off, is not ordered by importance. All of these matter, and depending on the situation and the thought process, they may be looked at in a different order, but all of them are equally important to the work we do every day. And we're glad to do it. Next slide. I like not having to hit the slide button. All right, sorry. So introducing you to the department. That's me. Sorry, I don't take a good picture, but that's me, I promise. Kat Newman, who ran the ambassador program in town, brings such a profound understanding of engaging communities, of how you need to show up for communities so that you're not just kind of taking their time and attention, but really understanding their needs and learning how to communicate with folks. Kavon Lord, who played basketball at the high school, graduated from the middle school. Nick Yaff at Wildwood has a picture of his kindergarten class on his desk. As a child of this town, continues to every day work, particularly with young men in the town, doing some mentorship work that's really one of a kind. Brittany Houghton, who attended UMass, was an RA there. Here, that's a tricky job. Has worked in education her whole career and has provided some valuable insights on working with students and the supports that they may or may not have. Vanessa Phillips, who's lived in this town most of her life, and brings a real savviness to working with seniors, which is a large part of our work is working with seniors, and we'll get into that more later. Kenneth Meikle, who you probably know as Q, who is just one of the most engaging people you'll ever meet. He does a presence walk for us every day that follows a really well-designed path through downtown that allows us to engage with folks who might not be on the kind of beaten path, who might be dealing with some things, and to provide a kind of warm face and a friendly support and connection to resources. Rome Cabrera, who is a political science major, again, is talking at Amherst Cinema right now. I'm sure he's doing wonderful, and I'm certainly will watch this. I watched him the other day engage with a couple who is undocumented around health insurance. And the thought I had was that if my family was in that situation, I sure would hope Rome would be there. The way he treated those folks, the thoughtfulness, the warmth was heartwarming. Tim DeRocher, one of my favorite folks in the world, a young man who is still a UMass student from the Berkshires, brings a real understanding of what it's like to live in a rural community, lack of access to resources, and is so committed. Me and him were at the Common School this weekend supporting an event there, and I hope you all get to meet him. Chalo just came back from Kenya, visiting some family. Chalo's been doing some wonderful work over at Crocker Farm, engaging with the community there. And Tia Atwell is our newest responder and is just come out of training and continues to really do good work, particularly at the library, engaging with the folks over there, which has been helpful for us. All right, so that's the whole team. I'm sorry, there's a lot of us, but each of them warranted a few words. So next slide. So I wanted to talk about our training. I read in the response really wanting to understand kind of how we thought about anti-racism and training around community things. We did 9 weeks of training. We were at the Munson Library, working with outside agencies. We benefited from every department in town. Folks came down and explained what their operations were, the sorts of folks they interacted with, what their barriers were, and how we might be supportive in helping folks to engage with those departments in a way that might feel supported and meaningful. Next slide, please. So these are the sorts of modalities we went through, and I don't expect you to read all of them or memorize them. But the real piece I want to just note through all of this is that every line of this, there were conversations about historically underrepresented communities and how they engaged with those services. Some of these trainings came from folks at Amherst College or UMass. We engaged with social workers from Amherst. We were able to get really fortunate to get trainings on OCD and autism from two folks who live with those experiences in town, which really has shaped the way we've engaged with those communities. And a thing that you won't see here that was a part of my personal training was Jennifer Moiston. As soon as I came into town, she really made it her mission to make sure that I saw where everyone was. I saw where the affordable housing was. We did barbecues at most of those spaces. And one of the most important lessons I learned through that time was at Village Park. We were doing a barbecue there, and I love Cress. It is kind of the thing I get to do with most of my waking days, so I sure am lucky to like it. And understanding that being in communities is important, but people understanding why you're there, that there was not an appetite for us to be like observing folks, that when we were places, we really needed to engage with people. This person really explained to me that sometimes when there were police in the neighborhood, it felt like she had done something even though she hadn't. And so it was really important as we've gone through the work to think about that, of how we engage with communities and how we do that in a way that doesn't make them feel like they've done something inappropriate. All right, next slide. These are examples of some of our kind of framing things. You're going to hear me towards the end talk about some of the work we're doing with other departments in other parts of the country. That conversation has started since the first day I got here, and I hope will continue as long as the department exists. We learned so much from other communities. Motivational interviewing is a framework that I had not considered for the department until I talked to the folks in Akron, Ohio, who had piloted a team with motivational interviewing and found that not only were they able to engage with people in kind of more fluent ways, but they engaged with folks of color in ways that were more meaningful. They didn't juxtapose their own suppositions about how that person should end up or where they should be, that the modality allowed them to be more flexible with that. And as we brought that on, we have found that to be true. We brought in things on bias, institutional bias, and all of these things were really important for us as we move through. I just want to note too, vicarious trauma. For us, it's really important. We see folks on really hard days, so making sure that responders have the tools to process the things they see, and not let it impact their lives. There's a lot of harm that happens to people who are trying to be helpful who aren't able to help themselves. So you'll see here kind of the framework of how we wanted the work to look. Next slide, please. So again, I know we've already talked about models of growth, but I wanted to talk about the one I think about the most, which is grow. It's setting a goal, looking at your current reality, your options or your obstacles, and then finding a will forward. For us, CRESS is the fastest department in the country to operations. And while it is fast, it doesn't feel careless to me. We set a goal, we set an achievable goal, and we achieve it. When we started, the goal was to hire a team. You'll note from other areas where people try to do this, hiring is hard. Hiring is really, really hard. We were able to get all of our responders out of one round of interviews, and that was because of the engagement that we had done with Jennifer Moiston before Pamela came on. Half of our responders were recruited from events that happened in town, the Old and Young basketball game, the Legal Women Voters event on a very hot summer day. We met folks in those spaces, so they were committed to the work. When we started training, the goal was to get out of training. There are some departments that struggle to get out of training. I knew that I was one person, and so I reached out to folks and received support from every level of the town, not just town staff, but town residents. People let me sit at their kitchen table and tell me about their challenges and what CRESS would need to look like to address those challenges. And I'm incredibly grateful for the warm welcome I received and the really honest talk I received from people in this community. People did not hide what they needed, and that made us better at the beginning. When we came out of training, the goal was to find some work. We were able to do that pretty quickly. And now our next goal is to begin taking 911 calls. And I think just the way we achieved every other goal, we have set an achievable goal. We are engaged with our partners. We are doing the things we need to do that. And I think the most important thing is we are unanimous in our department that there is a will to do this and that we will be successful. And I don't think there's any reason for me to believe we won't. Yeah, sorry. It's hard not to feel a little emotional about that. All right, next slide. So highlights of completed and ongoing cases. Volunteers have been huge for us. Gene Hartman, who is a town resident, came to us through the tax write-off program as a veteran. And he was supposed to work with us for, I don't know, maybe 20 hours. He's been with us for 4 months. We're building out a whole veterans support program. And really, he came to us with a challenge. He was willing to put the work in and is helping us to address that in a meaningful way. During the cold snap that kind of started our very expedited winter this year, we were able to help 9 folks find shelter placements with the assistance of Craig's Door, and the skilled responders engaging with them in meaningful ways where they were, and understanding that the solution that they envisioned for themselves might not be the vision we had, and so being willing to change gears as folks needed. Supporting other town activities. We've been lucky enough to be just about everywhere. If you've gone to a town event, you're probably a little sick of seeing us, but you'll see us there in an ongoing way for a long time. Meeting families, things like Community Safety Day, those things have really mattered. Our public safety responsibilities, when folks call us with challenges, showing up, people being able to see a predictable outcome, that we work to de-escalate situations, we are able to resolve them ourselves, and often provide some follow-up so that the people who called us there can feel confident that that's not the end of us supporting a person, that the crisis doesn't mean that the problems have been solved. So we're next to the senior center. So we have a nice group of seniors we engage with. One of our responders has been walking a senior home every day, which that may not feel like a big public safety thing, but not everybody has someone in their life to walk them home. And if you don't, that's a really big thing. And so we often talk about doing the small things right. And if you've been to our office, you've met Brady, and he's the sweetest dog in the world, and he's Cat Newman's service animal. One of the greatest feedback I've ever gotten from a person, we were a government agency that's helping them, and they meant that. And then working with families navigating challenges. We are fortunate enough that some families have trusted us with their challenges and just come into the office, and we've been able to support them. Everything from parenting classes, sorry, that's my dog. Everything from parenting classes to understanding where to get food and things for their family, being a meaningful part of their lives. Sorry, next slide. So this is not all of our data. So since we've started, we've generated 570 reports. Those are engagements that we had with a person in which we were called and deployed out and able to support them. This does not include every engagement activity we've done with folks. This doesn't involve every phone call. These are, we were called, we responded, we did an activity, we were able to come to some conclusion on it. I'm sorry if you can't read the data on the right side. I will make sure folks get the PowerPoint. This is 27 cases that we sent to UMass Donahue Institute. It was our first round of data we shared with them. So this is our most representative data. It comes from April. And what you'll see there, I know it's a little tricky to read, is that the communities we're working with are pretty varied. We're receiving calls from different communities. The types of calls we're taking are often assist citizen, which is really what we're looking for. It means a person or a family member or a community member called us to support a person. Often these are defined by the person who makes the call. But there are opportunities for us to come out and be supportive to folks. We've gone to places like the Survival Center, businesses in town, places where people are to provide that support. Right, next slide. This is one I'm really proud of, is that more often than not, when we engage with the person, we do have follow-up. There is another appointment set. We are going to come back and provide more resources. We think about the work as upstream. I know that 911 is an important duty for us to get to, and we are speeding towards that. But for us, a 911 call represents a crisis in someone's life. It represents a kind of failing of the preventative things. So we really do try to do our work upstream as much as possible, understanding that if people can't get their immediate resources needs met, that's more likely to put them into a situation in which they may need to do things that are not how they would want to behave or might get them into some trouble. The fact that our responders are from the community, 8 of our 10 responders lived, worked, or grew up here, has been really meaningful because they often know the people we're working with. They have lifelong relationships with them that we're able to understand. They also understand the unique challenges of Amherst. And I think it's important to note that being poor in a place where other people aren't is a particular type of trauma. It's a particular type of trauma when your pain is you see it. When I don't have anything and I see that you have so much, it really does magnify how unfair life can be. And there are lots of research that is it's unique traumatic experience. So having responders who've sat on multiple sides of that equation really allows us to understand where folks are coming from. Next slide. Okay, that's all my slides. You'll note when we do these things, we always put Rome up there. If people have a question and they speak Spanish, they can reach directly out to Rome or myself, and I think we'll take questions. Sorry if that, so yeah, I'm not going to say sorry. I'm sorry. I'm practicing that.
Thank you. As we agreed in our Monday planning meeting, we're going to move right on to the advice from the Community Safety and Social Justice Committee and the Human Rights Commission. And so I'm going to turn to whoever is going to do that on their behalf. Allegra?
Yes, I think I will be making remarks, and if anybody else has anything to add, please feel free. So thank you to Earl and to Pamela for your presentations and for all the hard work that you've put into all this. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. And I just also wanted to acknowledge the members of the CSWG who are here, both as now representative members on CSSJC, Miss Pat and Deborah, as well as the co-chairs, Alicia Walker, our fine town councilor at large. And I do see that Brianna Owen is in the audience. She was also co-chair of the CSWG. So I would like to thank them for all the work that they do that we stand on. So as part, I didn't prepare any slides, so I'm going to talk and hopefully you can follow along in the packet if you need to. So when our committees met and were reviewing the report that was prepared in March, we wanted to reiterate the importance that all of this November 17th motion came out of the July 5th incident and what we saw as a failure to properly address the harm that had been caused to the youth that were involved in that incident. So we had multiple meetings, as Council President Gracemer did allude to, in August, October, and November of 2022 to determine how we could best find justice for the youth and move forward as a town. And so in our response, we did discuss directly the 7 things that had been outlined by the town council, but we also addressed what we felt was missing. So I'm going to discuss both our response to what is presented and what was not presented. I think a main agreement that we had on many of the points was that a lot of work that had already been done was being replicated or being reintroduced with new consultants. And if we look back at the CSWG's reports, both Part A and Part B, as well as the LEAP reports and the 7-Gen Movement Collective reports, we see a lot of the bones of what needs to happen in order to A, have a community visioning, B, have a resident oversight board, and C, organize a review of public safety protocols. So in terms of the community visioning, there is an extensive outline that was presented by CSWG and work with a consultant in the community. And we hope that there will be intensive participation of community members in moving that visioning forward. In terms of the resident oversight board, again, in the CSWG report Part B, there is extensive research that is presented. And from our perspective, phase 1A through 1C that was outlined in the report presented by Ms. Young and the town have already been completed. So work should really start with 2A to 2C and implementing the board. In terms of the review of ongoing public safety protocols, the LEAP report, which was then incorporated into the Part B CSWG report, does outline some very easy shifts in policing that would not cost any money and that would reduce the frequency of contact between the public and the police in terms of consent searches, pretext traffic stops, and those are the two of the main things. But then also in terms of just making sure that racial data is collected so that we're really understanding what is happening when police are stopping people. So again, I think that was something that doesn't need to be reviewed, it needs to be implemented. And I think that there are, again, additional things that we can work on, but I think the committee's had significant concerns about waiting until the Resident Oversight Board is seated to even start some of this work when a lot of it has already been outlined. In terms of the CRES department, the most important, well, everything is important, but I think there were a few things that we really wanted to stress. One is that CRES cannot only depend on fundraising through grants. There should be increased funding through the town operating budget to meet the needs of the CRES department, and that CRES needs to be fully funded and fully staffed 24/7 based on the recommendations of the CSWG. We understand and appreciate that Earl has taken a very measured implementation strategy. And we've also heard from community members that they needed services in the middle of the night, and CRES, isn't available at that time right now. So, looking at the LEAP report again, there was also an analysis of when police calls happen, and many of them are coming in after CRES is already closed for the evening. So that was a concern that we wanted to highlight. In terms of the Youth Empowerment Center, I'm gonna make a little editorial note. So I think the July 5th incident showed us that the youth in this town aren't being kept safe by the institutions that we believe are supposed to protect and serve them, mainly the police department. And there was a very disturbing report that came out yesterday in The Graphic, which is the high school newspaper, about staff at the middle school basically being transphobic and homophobic to youth. And there is an investigation happening, but this is another instance of an institution that's supposed to keep our youth safe and protected, failing them. And so I think that speaks even more to the need for a youth empowerment center that is separate from the schools, separate, from the recreational department, that's really led by the youth. So again, I think CSWG with 7Gen did some very strong research into the need for a youth empowerment center, and we should be implementing that. In terms of the training regarding racial equity and rights, again, just making sure that there's ongoing required anti-racism training for all aspects of town and the community in general. And the training the trainers model, especially with marginalized committees and communities within town to broaden engagement in the process would be important. And then the major point that we had around the communication plan was to include translation services as part of the plan so that we are reaching populations that we might not have reached in the past. And I am grateful to see that that was highlighted in the presentation tonight. So those are the 7 issues that were in the motion that passed on November 14th, but there was an additional motion and variations that did not pass that directly spoke to the July 5th instance. And the families of the BIPOC youth involved in that incident have sent an open letter to the town government. And I'm just going to read a few pieces of it because I think that it's important that we hear it. So, centering our Black and Latino youth and holding the town accountable. Much has been discussed and written about the 9 youth that Amherst Police detained on July 5th, 2022. Sadly, it has not been enough. The experiences of the 6 BIPOC youth identifying collectively as Amherst 6 and their families are experiencing profound grief, sorrow, and despair to this day from being repeatedly and relentlessly targeted by Amherst Police. How the police have disrupted these young people's lives must be acknowledged and rectified. After the Human Rights Commission filed a complaint with the town and CSSJC called for a joint meeting with the town council, only did town officials finally address the injustice. The complaint led to a probe by the new director of the newly established Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Pamela Young, who acknowledged she had no investigative or authority over the police. The police investigated themselves. And quotes from the parents: "The action of town leadership concerning the July 5th incident has been disappointing, overly sympathetic, and pro-police. Town council holding a series of private meetings with the police signals to the youth that blue lives matter more than black and brown lives. Our children face deep, lasting, and permanent harm. Financial compensation is acknowledgement and accountability to these youth whose childhoods have been mired by over-policing and racial profiling. No one deserves to grow up in a community where they understand their lives are at risk with the police." That's one parent. Another parent says the town of Amherst must be held accountable by way of financial compensation to our BIPOC youth. This action is a necessary and important step toward making meaningful progress to build trust with BIPOC communities. A third family says the Amherst 6 families will continue to speak with anonymity and through Ms. Ananibaku to protect against harm and retaliation. We know when BIPOC residents speak against police abuse, the stakes are greater. Anonymity is essential to protecting the safety of our families and the future of our BIPOC children in an age of internet Google searches and the harmful, unfair, and racist presumption of guilt, lawlessness, and dangerousness. Another says, the consequences of the extremely delayed, meager, and paltry response from local government and the attempts to bury and diffuse the violations of its officers translate to perpetuating trauma and a sustained assault on the dignity and humanity of our children. There is no resolution. We are telling our story again to underscore what justice looks like for us and to demand it. Justice is not last month's announcement of the police chief retiring from his post at the end of May, who offered pizza to make peace. Justice is not the private meetings organized by Town Council President Griesmer and the police. Justice is not Town Manager Bockelman's apology that went to everyone. And finally, the dominant culture dictates where our money goes. We demand the town value the lives of BIPOC youth and their experiences. The Town Council ignored the pain of BIPOC youth and held secret meetings with the police to perpetuate racism. So lastly, I'd like to read the recap of the event as told by the families. 2 armed and uniformed Amherst police officers, Lindsay Carroll and Tyler Martins, pulled into a low-income apartment complex parking lot and ordered 9 teenagers in total to the ground. Some exited from their parked cars while others were coming from their apartment to check out what was going on. The teens were treated like criminals, worse, even suspects, and criminals have rights. Police that night told these teens they had no rights, they lost their rights. The police found nothing to issue them a citation or a warning. Despite their innocence and despite no legal basis to keep them in custody, police continued to restrict the movements of the youth. The police chief, who will be retiring in the weeks to come, has said it was his duty, his conscience, and moral obligation to only release the youth to an adult, even though they had every right to be freed from detention regardless of adult accompaniment. So again, from the perspective of CSSJC and HRC, and from this perspective of the youth involved and the families involved in the July 5th incident, we need resolution to what happened, and we hope that that will come.
We are going to move on to a discussion of the items. And Allegra, you had asked whether other committee members wanted to add anything. Did you want to proceed with that?
Yes, if there's anyone from the committees who would like to add anything to what was said, please.
And you go
raise-
ahead and call on your committee members that have hands.
Oh, Deborah.
Great, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Allegra, for, obviously going into what we had come up with in terms of CSSJC, and too many letters, CSWG in terms of, I'm one of the members from CSWG and HRC. And I want to thank obviously Earl and Pamela for the report, and putting all the time into it. But I guess for me, what I want to talk about really is, because, I've been at numerous, all of those meetings that you talked about, Allegra, that we met with the town council since the July 5th incident. I've been at all those meetings. I've talked about it ad nauseum, and really it's about trust, right? And right now, there's community residents in Amherst that really don't feel like Amherst really cares about them, right? And how can the town build this trust back? And, and we've been talking about that and really, crafting a way, a blueprint in terms of how to do it. And it started with the CSWG, right? And which I was a member of, where we did all of that work, all of that research, shared all of that information that basically had the how-to in order to put these things in place to avoid incidents like July 5th, where young people were mistreated and their families have gotten no type of resolution besides an apology from the town manager months down the road, right? No apology from the police chief, no apology from those two who were involved, the police who were involved, the armed police who showed up there. No type of anything, right? And so CSWG had that blueprint to avoid that, and it didn't. And then we had the incident, and then, just how it was dealt with was botched. And now we're still dealing with the repercussions. And now we have this report, right? And Allegra, thank you for going over this the report. And also, Pamela, I know you gave some updates. So I have some questions, right? So I know, Pamela, you talked about a consultant. I would like to know who it is that you all are thinking about hiring in terms of the consultant, because that will make a very big difference in terms of the community visioning, right? Which is the first part that you all were talking about. And, really being transparent. I think it's about communicating, right? In terms of building trust, you need to communicate. You need to be transparent with Amherst residents, but those who are marginalized, right? Those that are being impacted, which we know are the BIPOC folks, because the youth that were there, that were majority youth, were BIPOC youth, right? Low income and being mistreated, right? So there needs to be transparency in terms of community visioning. The only way you're going to do a community vision for healing is if you're communicating, you're sharing that information in multiple languages, you're going out into the community. It can't be just sharing it on websites and newsletters and so on and so forth, where people don't have access to that, right? There's a lot of people that don't have access to that technology. So how are you going to build trust? You have to go out to the people. I know 7th generation, D. Shabazz, they did it when they were doing their research. They really went into the community and got the feedback from the community. That's what we need. We don't need the same old people at the community vision, the ones that usually show up. We want to hear from folks that we don't hear from all the time. We want to hear from the marginalized voices, the ones that are silenced and are silenced, right? So that's one. We need to kind of, get more information in terms of truly how is that going to take place. For the Resident Oversight Board, I know, Pamela, you stated that you all already put a RFP to hire a consultant that went out May 1st and it goes up until May 16th. I mean, again, that needs to be, more transparent. Maybe you did share it with CSSJC. Maybe I missed a meeting or something like that, but I need to know what that is because again, as Allegra stated, if we're going to go back to recreating the wheel about the resident oversight board, things that CSWG had already put in their report, then we're wasting time. What we need to do is really put the board together. That needs to happen yesterday. So we need to go to the CSWG portion that really talks about the structure and what needs to be put in place. So if we're going to start talking about the whys and things like that, that really is not going to get us to where we need to be. So I'd really be interested in seeing what the proposal looks like for this RFP, because we need to hit the ground running in regards to the resident oversight board. Then in terms of the public safety protocols, I mean, I'm flabbergasted that the town is waiting until there's a resident oversight board to begin looking at the public safety protocols. Again, I'm talking about trust. Why wouldn't we begin to look at that beforehand, right? And I'm posing this question, and I want a response, right? Because the thing is we saw what happened with July 5th, right? The botched mishandling of the public safety protocols. And so now we're going to wait until the Rob is put in place, resident oversight board, Rob is put in place so that we can continue to have more incidents, so that we can continue to have, more people hurt and young people and so on and so forth hurt. No, we need to start looking at these safety protocols, and we need to really look at how we handle when incidents happen, right? Because if there had been an apology early on, a lot of this would have been short-circuited, as opposed to going through this long, arduous, stressful, really hurtful process for the young people and their families who are impacted on July 5th, right? And all other BIPOC folks, right, myself included, that feel afraid, right, because of the process that occurred, right? So, and then, someone mentioned the fact that there's going to be a new chief of police process. I mean, that needs to be transparent. That needs to be transparent. Again, building trust with the community. How are you going to build trust with the community when we don't even know what's going on? You can't just go and hire someone quickly, a pivotal position like a chief of police, without making sure that everyone is involved in the process. If not, you're only going to be creating more problems. Then we move on to workshops, youth empowerment. The youth empowerment, CSWG put a whole lot of research, a whole lot of information, which none of it has been really looked at. But also the only people that really need to be consulted, I saw that there was going to be staff and so on and so forth, and all these adults from different committees. No, it's the young people that need to be consulted. That's the only ones that I need you all to consult with in terms of the youth empowerment. This needs to be a youth empowerment, youth-led, with adults, yes, support and structure, but youth-led, youth-focused, and the youth should be the ones talking about what they need for their youth empowerment center, as opposed to a bunch of adults from a bunch of agencies that, really make no sense, okay? And then, I know we talked about workshops and cultural events. Pamela was talking about that in her report out. I just want to know, what have the police attended in terms of anti-racism, anti-bias? I know they go through, state mandated trainings that they check off. I get that. But I am talking about the extra training, right? Especially since what transpired on July 5th. What else has happened that are mandated for the police and their entire staff to attend as a result of what transpired on July 5th? Question. That's a question. That's another question. Hopefully people are taking down the questions that I'm asking. And then lastly, no, not lastly, two more points. CRESS, as Allegra stated, 24/7, and the funding needs to be from the town. It needs to be long-term. And I really want to know, whether at this point the police are not responding to nonviolent behavior, because that's what CSWG put in their report, right? It's for the police not to respond to anything that was nonviolent. Again, if that had happened, right, in terms of, then July 5th wouldn't have wouldn't have occurred. So I want to know, what's occurring there. And then lastly is what we've talked about, which is really the young people and the families. What has been done to make them whole? What has been done to rectify what they've been through, which really is the crux, right, of this whole thing, is to avoid Amherst residents, right, which BIPOC people are part of the Amherst residents, from being impacted in this way. So I want to hear a question, right? How are the young people and their families going to be made whole? And like Allegra stated, not by going to pizza with the police chief, but actually made whole. Thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. Michelle and I have decided that at this point, we are going to take a 5-minute recess. And when we come back, we'll go back through the 7 items. And Deborah, at that point, will be an opportunity as we come to each of the items to get responses from Earl, Paul, whomever, Pamela, to each of the questions you have raised. So we'll have an opportunity for other people to raise questions and also ask for those. So it's 7:54. We're going to reconvene at 8. Okay. As you return, please turn on your video. So at this point, Michelle Miller is going to facilitate the conversation and the listening and responses. So Michelle, I'm turning it over to you. Okay.
Lynn. And as Lynn said, when we got started in our joint planning meeting, we agreed that we would go through each of the 7 items one by one, and we'll open it up for comments, questions, discussion. I will begin by taking members of the CSSJC and HRC first until for each of the items, and then we'll go to counselor comments and questions. So starting with community visioning, I wanted to come back to Deb. I know Deb had a couple questions in there and some comments about community visioning. So we could start with you, Deb, and then we're going to go to Ms. Pat. So right now we're in the community visioning recommendation.
You want me to like restate what I had said before?
Yeah, if you'd like to restate the questions that you had for Pamela, Paul, or Earl, and then they'll have the opportunity to respond, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, sure. So for me, the question I have around that is, Pamela, you had stated that there's, a consultant or maybe someone that you all are thinking about. So I wanted to know who that was to get an idea, because like I said, one of the main things is really transparency with the community so that the community knows what's going on. And then my other points around the community visioning is really making sure that we are outreaching to those who are marginalized. We need to go into the neighborhoods and really making sure that we're communicating in the different languages and really truly doing the outreach, because if not, we're going to get the same people that always come to these meetings, and then really we're not getting the true voices of those who are being impacted, who a lot of those communities are the communities like the ones from the young people who are in the July 5th incident. So, I really want to know what are the steps that we've, that the town, so the town manager, whomever can respond to this to really outreach. And I also made the point that 7th Generation, when we hired them to do the research that they did for our work with the CSWG, they were able to go into the community. And so they would be a resource in terms of how to do that work. You can't just be on the periphery, on the exterior. You have to go in and really get the voices that have been silenced and are not heard on a daily basis.
Thank you, Deb. So yeah, Paul and Pamela, if you wanted to respond to Deb's questions and comments.
Yeah, so I think the first thing that I have to say is that we're have not begun the procurement process. So I can't state publicly the identity of, who the consultant is, but in the report that was provided to the town council, the SJC, and to the HRC, I do state that we have had some preliminary conversations with Dr. Barbara Love. So the office and the town is mindful of the desires of the Community Safety Working Group. And so we envision having a consultant that would meet with the needs of the community and also would follow the visioning that was outlined in the work that Dr. Love did for the CSWG.
And then what about the other, can anyone respond to how you all are going to do the outreach to actually get people to come to these visiting sessions? People who are from the marginalized communities and voices that we don't hear on a day-to-day.
Right, so once we've selected a consultant and that person has been identified, it is our expectation and goal that we will be reaching out to marginalized communities, targeted communities, to the community members through a number of different avenues. So the goal and expectation is that there will be an attempt to have broad representation at these events.
Thank you, Pamela. Paul, did you want to add anything to that before we go to Ms. Pat?
No, I think Pamela hit all the major points. And it's important to note that when we expend public funds, we have to follow procurement. And that's why Pamela is talking about putting the RFP together. We have had conversations with Dr. Love, but again, it has to be a procurement process that we follow. And that's the next step for this.
Yeah, and I understand that, Paul. So thank you. I do get that. And I was asking that question because during Pamela's presentation, she had said that you all had some conversations with a consultant. So, for me, like I said, it's about building trust. So you might as well just put it out there. And even though you all have a process to go through, which we all understand, but it's better to just be right up front about it. You know what I'm saying? Because that is only going to build more trust with the community. So the last thing that I have to say in terms of the responses that, you and Pamela gave is just that, please, let CSSJC know what's going on in terms of the outreach and the consultant process, every step of the way, so that we are able to chime in, we are able to help out in terms of the outreach. Because again, if at the end of the day, we end up showing up, because, I'll go to these visioning sessions if I'm available and I know about it, I'll be there. And then if I end up seeing the same people that go to everything else, I'm not going to be a happy camper at that point. So let's work together on this.
Thank you, Deb. Okay, we're going to go to Miss Pat, and we're still staying with visioning here.
So good evening. Can people hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I had no idea the format of this meeting tonight. So I will not be speaking on visioning, if that's okay with you, Michelle.
Miss Pat, you're free to speak. If you're speaking absolutely in expansion of Allegra's remarks, please go ahead.
Okay. So first, I want to thank everyone who have made presentation tonight and folks who are in the audience. I want to speak to the elephant in the room, and that's racism and retaliation and power control. That's the reason why we're meeting multiple times. If what happened in July 5th incident, if they were all white kids, middle class, this issue would have been resolved a long time ago. And so our town government leadership have decided to disrespect the youth and their families because they are people of color. Some of them are low income. They don't matter. Let's look at who is making decision in our town. White, powerful people. And if you're not white, if you want to, get things done to benefit you, you have to be a status quo. And here where we are. as much as we're doing great things in our town, but Amherst is a town of two tales. We have people who are really suffering because of the actions of our town government. And when people speak up, you get retaliation, you get targeted, you get disparaged, you get silenced. And we're talking about visioning, we're talking about peace, we're talking about community engagement. A group of 6 BIPOC families approached me to be their spokesperson. And I've been disregarded by the town government leadership. Why? Because I'm a Black woman. That's the only reason. Ignore and ignore, it will go away. This is not going to go away. Why haven't we resolved kids who have been targeted multiple times? It wasn't just the July 5th incident. Some of these kids have been targeted since when they are in middle school. And it's easy for our town government leadership to make these families' kids whole. Our town is like a corporation, a company. And each company has insurance for liability. When your staff screws up, that's what you do insurance for. Both the town manager and the town council president decided not to approach me. And yet every time at the town council, people talk about community engagement, reaching out. Who are you guys reaching out to? People who go along with your status quo, or people who are afraid to speak up, or people who are afraid to get retaliated? This is not just about me. This is about what is happening to BIPOC community in our town. If we're really, really serious about making progress, we need to think about some of you, I don't want to mention your name, that are serving on town council right now. I will, I hope you will reflect whether you are representing everyone. I know last year when I said the police chief to think about resigning, I was silenced. And what happened now? What is happening in our school system is the same internal promotion. Nothing has changed. Somebody moves on, another status quo goes in, and kids are hurting. Our youth are hurting in the school system. We can't be just meeting every time and talking. It's not sustainable. People look at the budget for 2024. It will tell you a lot about what the powerful people in this town value. CREST program was only given additional $20K, and the DEI like $6,000, and that is called fully funding. And yet we have the same budget for 2 police vehicles, 4 police officers being trained. What are we doing? Are we really, really serious about change in our town? I don't know what to make of this meeting, except to call it another show. Each time we have this type of joint meeting is show to me. I will stop. I hope I have chance to speak again. But I hope that these kids and their families will be made whole. Otherwise, the next step will be litigation. I am the spokesperson for the group. I'm not going anywhere. So you guys have to make it whole, or there will be no peace in our town. There will be no unity in our town, because you can't have all that when some segments of our community are hurting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pat. And I wanted to say that it is our intention, and when Lynn and I talked about this meeting, and others, that we really want to be in listening mode here. I also want to acknowledge that the town council was unable to meet to discuss Pamela and Paul's report. So I understand that we have counselors who may have questions. But before we go to Councilor Rooney and Councilor Pam, I do want to ask if there are any members of the CSSJC or the HRC who would like to make comments about the community visioning portion.
Counselor Miller, I apologize for interrupting, but Counselor Walker is in the audience.
Oh, okay. I am not seeing, let me see. You know what? Thank you so much. I'm gonna do something different so I can see. All right, I think we're moving Counselor Walker back over. Excellent. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna go to Ronnie. Ronnie?
Shall I?
Yeah, Philip, did you, okay. Great.
Philip, did you want to go first?
No, I just wanted to make sure that you got acknowledged. Sorry.
Okay, thanks. So about the visioning thing, and in some respect to this whole thing, when I started reading all of this, mostly to educate myself because I'm fairly new in town, even newer to the HRC, one of the things that was really striking to me is how old these documents are. You know, these studies have been going on for a long time. And I have to say, you know, like, to refer to back to the question of trust, why isn't there trust? Because you all, the town council, somebody in authority selected the CSWG, appointed whatever the CSSJC. These people are selected because they're experts and they did their work. And when I looked at the 7th Gen report, I was astounded. It's an excellent report. It's like one of the best qualitative studies that I've seen. And in these reports is a lot of data. So when I look at the visioning proposal, my first question was, why aren't some of these experts part of the core visioning team? Like, by that, I mean the team that decides what is the framework that is going to be used to do the visioning. Why aren't some of these experts part of it? So I'm also wondering, why isn't all that work that's already been done incorporated? And I think that's where the trust comes in, for me anyway. It's sort of like there's all this work that was commissioned, but it seems that it's being ignored. And it's just a waste of our money to start over, as I speak as a taxpayer here. I really wish that when they sit down, the consultant and the DEI sit down to talk about how are we going to approach visioning. I really don't think it's realistic for the DEI to suggest that somehow they're going to go out to all these marginal communities. These other groups have done that. So I think that I would really like to see that core team, not just the consultant and the DEI, but the core team sit down and think strategically about what added value is required for visioning, you know, building on what's already been done. Maybe there's a feeling that something new needs to be done. Okay, what is that extra instead of doing the whole thing? So I really like to see that. The other point I want to make about trust is this RFP process. I know there's an RFP process, but it sounds to me like the RFP was already written and in fact made public without drawing on all this expertise, because these people are the ones who are going to tell you like what should go in the RFP. It's not about town procedures, but if you come in after the RFP is written, then there's no point almost. And we all know that who do contracts like I do as a business person. So I don't, obviously you cannot recall the RFP now, but I just heard about it and I'm sort of thinking, well, how do you put the content to the RFP if you don't have these experts that have the information that will tell you what should go in an RFP? So I think I'm coming back to why I'm starting to understand why there's a lack of trust, and an explanation from the town council about why don't we build on what's been done would really help me a lot, and maybe it would help others. Thanks.
Thanks, Ronnie. And so I heard a question in there that maybe Pamela and or Paul would like to respond to. The question was, whether there would be folks in the CSSJC who would be part of the core work on the visioning. And I also wanted to clarify, and Paul, please correct me if I'm wrong, the RFP that has gone out has been for the Resident Oversight Board and not for the visioning. Just to clarify that piece, Ronnie. So I don't know, Pamela or Paul, if you wanted to respond.
I won't repeat that, but I guess it would apply when we get to discussing the Resident Oversight Board as well, because they gave very detailed guidance on what that should constitute.
Absolutely.
So I think my response is the same that I gave, which is that we are at the very beginning of the procurement process for the community visioning. It has not started yet. But there has been preliminary conversations with Dr. Barbara Love, who was the individual who was identified by those groups as the ideal candidate to lead the community through the community visioning, and whose model was the model that was promoted in those documents. So all of that advice has been taken into account.
And if I can add something, Michelle?
Of course, yep.
So, and just to, so people most people in the room know who Dr. Love is, but I've relied on Dr. Love. Dr. Love was the key, along with Sid Ferreira, was the key person who interviewed the candidates to serve on the CSWG. And they also served as the interview team for the CSSJC. And as a sense that they had a better handle on how these committees could best represent the community. So throughout this engagement, Dr. Love has been donating her time in terms of helping us to form these groups. So and I feel like she has a lot of credibility. She has been supporting, much of the RFP that was developed came from the work that was already done. And so that's how those RFPs get built, and consultation with people in the field.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, I see a hand from Deb, and then if anyone else on the visioning from the CSSJC or HRC would like to comment or ask questions, please also raise your hand, and then we will go to Councilor Rooney and Councilor Pam. Deb?
I just have a quick point. I mean, I think, Ronnie, you made such incredible points in what you said, but I think it doesn't, I know that you can make those points again for the Rob RFP. I think what you stated is applicable to before you do the RFP for the visioning consultant, right? That you go and consult, right? And you are transparent about what it is that you're going to be putting in there so that it captures everything that the community wants. Because, as Ronnie stated, you have people like us, right, in CSSJC and HRC and the reparations group that is in tune with the community. So you go to these groups to get an idea, right, of what it is that should be in this RFP so that you can get to as close as possible what the community is looking for. And then you put it out there, as opposed to just putting out an RFP and then letting us know afterwards. And then, it becomes very confusing. And again, in terms of building trust, we feel like the trust hasn't been built.
I'm sorry, we need to ask somebody to mute their background, because there is enormous amount of other noise. Maybe that did it. Okay, I'm sorry, Deborah. Just people couldn't even hear you.
Yeah, sorry. No, I was just saying that in terms of that, like with the RFP, just quickly, just to say that what Ronnie said really is applicable, and just make sure to, contact members from HRC, CSSJC, as well as reparations, to make sure that whatever is going to be in that RFP is what the community is looking for, as opposed to putting out that RFP. And then it becomes something that we really, didn't, we weren't looking at, unless you went and looked and took verbatim what CSWG put in their reports, right? So I think that's those steps. If you're taking those steps, it can start to little by little create some of the trust that we're talking about.
Yes, thank you, Deb. Okay, anyone else from the CSSJC or HRC? All right, so Councilor Rooney.
I think I'm now going to be a little bit of a broken record, but my initial reaction when I heard the discussion about the RFPs is that, in fact, it is vital to go to stakeholders to make sure that it has been scoped properly. And so I'm delighted that we are moving forward on the Resident Oversight Board. And I think it's great that you have a good and trusted source of information for something like that. But it doesn't make sense to me that an RFP for something of these natures for the different services that we're looking for, in fact, don't get double checked by all of these engaged and critical stakeholders. So you've heard it now 4 times. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Pam.
Okay, so I do want to speak. I have some very detailed things to speak about the Youth Empowerment Center, but I believe this is not the time. So I have a couple very quick points. Number one, is Alicia supposed to be in this meeting? Because I can't see her. I was told that we were told she was in the audience. She was going to be brought in, but if she is.
She's on the second page for me right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Good. Thank you. I feel a lot better. Okay. So there were 2 points of clarification I wanted from Allegra. I wasn't sure if I heard them correctly. Okay. And I may have misheard you, Allegra. So one of them was, did you say that the police told the young people to get on the ground? Because I hadn't heard on the ground before. Because that presents a different picture than sitting down on a curb to me.
Yes, so this, again, part of the letter that was written did involve more of the family's understanding of what happened that night. So it does say, the officers pulled into a low-income apartment complex parking lot and ordered 9 teenagers in total to the ground.
To the ground, because it's not that, if that's true, okay, really puts a very strong light on things. And the other thing I thought you said was that some of the students had been were targeted after this incident by the police. And again, I want clarification on that, because I hadn't heard that before.
Can I respond?
Yes, please do.
100%. I heard directly from some of the kids. This has been happening for several years. So the July 5th incident isn't an isolated incident. And after the incident, the APD continued to harass these kids. Yes, 100%.
Okay, thank you.
And then the kids were also asked to stay on the ground. I heard it from the kids directly. Yes.
All right. So right now, I say I have some very detailed things I want to say about the Youth Empowerment Center, which I think could go a lot towards creating some new trust. But right now, I just want to point out that Miss Pat was asked by parents to represent them. They asked her to do that, I'm assuming, because they trusted her, because she's strong, because she will speak to power. So it doesn't mean she'll always be the sweetest woman in the room, okay? So if I wanted somebody to speak for me and my kids, I would go to a strong woman. Now, I understand that sometimes people don't like strong women, but I think we just have to get over it, okay? Because they went to her. They are not here. We don't see them. They're not in the audience. They asked her to please do something to redress what happened to my kid, which has made my life and their life very, very difficult because they now feel not safe in their own town. So I think that we have to give her the respect. They asked her to represent them. There is nobody else that says they're representing them. So I have to believe that when she says that, she's telling me the truth because I've heard nothing to the contrary. So I just think that we need to have a little more respect for the wishes of the parents and for the person they chose to be their spokesperson. And I have not seen that. I have not seen that these many months. I have seen just ignoring her, just completely ignoring her. And that is very upsetting to me. That's it for now.
Thank you, Dorothy. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to make comments or questions right now on the community visioning? If not, we'll move on to number 2, which is the Resident Oversight Board. We have had some comments already, but I welcome comments and questions now, again, first from the CSSJC, and then from and the HRC, and then from members of the council. And I see Deb's hand. Please, Deb.
Yeah, I don't know. Can you all hear me? Because I think I'm freezing a little bit. So that's why I took out my video. Can you all hear me?
Yes, you're still good. Yep.
Okay. So, you know, just to restate, because again, me too, like Ms. Pat, I wasn't sure what the how everything was going to run. That's why I gave my whole recap in the beginning. But I really am interested in finding out more about what is the RFP that went out for the Resident Oversight Board that went out on May 1st, because like I said, if it included a lot of the work that CSWG did, which was in the report that the town manager has sent out, which was basically phase 1A through phase 1C, then we're really wasting our time, because that was all included in what CSWG had done already. And really, we need to go to the phase 2A, which was in that report, which is oversight implementation. We need to just put the Resident Oversight Board in place. So I'm really interested in knowing what that RFP had in there and why it is, and maybe, like I said, maybe I missed the meeting, why it is that CSSJC or HRC or other groups weren't tapped to really look at the RFP, so that then we could put that together and put that out. You know, in terms of building trust with the community, we need to have a board that the community is going to see as unbiased, objective, separate from the police, that they can go to, and that their complaint is going to actually be heard and really looked at and investigated, you know, objectively, without there being, you know, any type of pressure or, you know, influence from the town in terms of decisions being made by this board. You know, there needs to be stipends for the board members, everything that we had put in CSWG report. So I'm really interested in finding out what this RFP stated, because, you know, it'll be a problem if we're starting back to ground zero when we spent all this money, when the town spent all this money, and we put all this information together for the board in the CSWG report.
Thank you, Deb. Paul or Pamela, would you like to respond to that?
So I can begin the response. So once again, I followed the protocol for the RFP process that is utilized from the town. But the very first part of the scope of services in the RFP, which is quoted in the report that was provided to town council and to both boards, the very first bullet point says, acknowledge and expand the work of the community safety working group. So that is the basis of the work for the RFP. And in addition to that, in the development of the RFP, they spoke with experts in the field who are from, I'm going to mispronounce the name of the group, but it's NACLE, it's the National Association of Civilian Law Enforcement Oversight, or something along that nature, which was also cited in the CSWG report as the expert on this area. So for those experts, I had conversations with them about the technical aspects of creating the Resident Oversight Board. I wouldn't even begin to try to summarize everything that's in the RFP. You know, it's a pretty complex document. And this was my first time going through the process. It took actually quite a bit more time than I expected, but it explicitly states that it's built upon the work of the Community Safety Working Group.
And if I can add, that document, the RFP, is on the town's website. It's publicly noticed at the state level, and wherever anybody can pick it up, and it's available for your review. When it goes onto the town procurement bulletin board, so it's available to anyone who'd like to review it. So And so I think Pamela did a terrific job in pulling that together and recognizing also that the world was a little bit different than the report in the sense that the post commission is now in existence, which is a peace officer, something, I forget what exactly stands for, but this will be the first resident oversight board that will be formulated after that has been created. So we think that our experts need to really interplay our oversight with the state's oversight that they have instituted.
So can I follow up? I mean, I get all that. However, I'm still not convinced in terms of why it was that this wasn't brought to us before the RFP went out. You know, I get it that you talk to, you know, some experts in oversight board creation, as well as you have that overarching sentence that it's going to expand on CSWG. But you know, and I'm going to look, Paul, I am going to look at what the RFP actually looks at, because like I said, I hadn't looked at it before. I didn't even know it had gone out. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, our groups are there for a reason, right? For us to be utilized so that then you don't get backlash, right? So if you had come to us beforehand and kind of run things by us, you know, it would actually go a lot more smoother. Then now I'm going to look at it. And then if it doesn't have the things that I think there should be, now it's going to be the backlash. And then here we go. Deborah's the bad person. Deborah's as you know, as Dorothy Pam was talking about, you know, the angry Black woman's talking again, and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, it doesn't have to be that way. You know, we're talking about trust. We're talking about transparency. So come to us before, you know, and be transparent, even if you're going to not like what you hear, right? But it's better you hear our feedback beforehand than then hear the feedback afterwards. And then you try to put us in a category to try to like delegitimize us, right? And so it just doesn't need to happen. And then the community sees that, right? And then how is the community going to trust? So yeah, now post RFP being looked at, I'm going to look at it and we're going to discuss it, and then you'll be getting our feedback.
And just to clarify, Paul, I did take a look on the town's website, and it does ask for some information in order to see the RFP. Is it true that anyone can go ahead, just so for the folks here and for the public, can put the information in there, and then it's a publicly available document?
Yes, anybody can request a document.
Great, thank you. That's good clarification. Ms. Pat.
So for me, for the Resident Oversight Board, my struggle is transparency. I know that I don't know if it's this year or last year, like the police union negotiation, I don't know what the outcome is, but CSWG, we did point out some concerns around some of police policies, and we were told that it's police union negotiation is coming up. I understand that the DEI director wasn't involved in that negotiation because she was getting on board. So I don't know how all this fits into creating resident oversight board without the public knowing if there are any progress made with the police union. So I would like the town manager to respond to that. Is there somewhere on the town website I can go to look at any changes, compromise with police union?
Paul, please.
Sure. So we do not have a successor agreement with the police union, so that's still in negotiation.
So is the DEI director would she be involved in the negotiation? Since she's going to be involved with resident oversight at some point in the development of resident oversight board.
The HR director and the town attorney conducts the negotiations on behalf of the town.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pat. And I'm going to go to Elizabeth and then to Allegra.
So first I need to apologize. I've had a really long day and I'm fading fast. And I want to say this before I fade off and you don't get to hear from me. We're talking about a lot of initiatives here, some that are being put in place and some that we're considering putting in place or should have put in place in the past. Anybody who knows me knows I'm all about the youth. So given that, at the high school, there's a principal advisories committee. The youth get to meet with the principal and the lens of the students is spoken to him or her about things that are going on and what affects them and how some changes can be made. In the Human Rights Committee, we have 2 youth. If I'm not mistaken, the CSWG, there was a youth. So when we're considering some of these things, and Deborah spoke about it before when she was talking about the Youth Empowerment Center, but how come we don't have somebody, oh, wait, the school committee, there's a youth on the school committee. They don't have voting power, but they get to be in on the discussions, right? So why can't we have our youth involved with every one of these steps, especially since a lot of this come from the youth feeling a different way or some kind of way about our town, right? So how come we don't have a youth leader on the town council? They get to sit in on town council meetings. Maybe when you have a discussion, they get to weigh in from the youth perspective before decisions made. And I just want you to be thinking about that because we need to be uplifting our youth. We need to uplift each other. So I'm so happy that Ms. Pam said what she said about women, especially those that look like me, because when we're soft-spoken, you don't hear me. And when I get loud, then I'm that B word, right? Yeah. So I want us to consider when we're doing some of these initiatives, when we're looking at some of these things we want to put in place, making sure that our youth are counted in all of these decisions, and not just because we are making decisions for them, but because 1, 2, or 5 of them was involved in the entire process. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Allegra.
It's hard to follow what was just said. But I second everything that was just said. And also, in terms of the oversight board, I just wanted to point out on the response to the original report, point 8. And this was a point that there was a lot of negotiation around, but it says the oversight board must be empowered to ensure accountability of the APD through effectual enforcement and investigative mechanisms. And I mean, I think this is what gives it teeth. And that's, really important. And going back through 7Gen and CSWG reports, they stress the importance of subpoena power. And I think that's something that has continued as part of the conversation with our committees. So I just wanted to highlight that point.
Thank you, Allegra. Are there any other members of the CSSJC or HRC that would like to ask questions or comment on the resident oversight? Okay, and any counselors that would like to ask questions on the resident oversight or comment? Okay, so I'm not seeing any, just double checking over here. Okay. All right, so we are going to then move on to
There
number
is one hand.
Oh, thank you, Pat. Thank you, Lynn. Pat, please.
Sorry, I got it up late. I just want to say how important it has been to add youth, and Elizabeth Haygood's statement about youth and other people. I think it is critical. And I would like to see them involved in a resident oversight committee as a member and as a voting member if possible.
Thank you, Pat. Okay. All right, so we are going to move on to number 3, which is the public safety protocols. So again, if there are any comments or questions or discussion for this, and yes, Deb, I see.
Oh, can you all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yes.
great. So, yeah, again, I just want to restate this one because, like I said, and I'll use the word again, I'm flabbergasted about the fact that with a report from the town, it is just a holding pattern. It just says that it's going to wait for the resident oversight board to be in place in order to address the public safety protocols. And, this should really be, one of the first things that we should be addressing, given what happened July 5th and given what's happened, because it's not just July 5th, right? Prior to July 5th, we had town, when CSWG was doing the work, we had done all these like town forums and a gazillion people, well, I'm not going to say gazillion, but a lot of people talked about their interactions with the police and especially BIPOC people and how they've had negative interactions. And then the 7th generation report documented, right, all of the different negative interactions that BIPOC people have had with APD. And so we can't wait. Again, in terms of building trust, and transparency, this work needs to be started, now. You can't wait for the resident oversight board to happen. The police can't continue to interact, especially given what happened July 5th, the way that they did, and continue to interact like that until a resident oversight board is put in place. The review needs to begin, now. Again, tap the groups that you have in place, like CSSJC and others, to kind of, if you don't know how to do it, then tap us, right? So that we can help you to know how to do it. Because you can't wait, any longer for this to happen, and really kind of map out how you respond to incidents too. Because as we saw, the response to the July 5th incident was, this is my opinion, was problematic, at least, and terrible at best, So, we need to look at these things. It cannot wait. And the fact that that's happening is really troubling to me. I'm really, frightened by this fact that there's just this little holding thing saying that we're going to wait for resident oversight board to be in place. I mean, for me, it's really a slap in the face to the community and those that have suffered at the hands of APD.
Thank you, Deb. Before we go to Miss Pat, I just wanted to look to Paul or Pamela to see if they had any response to that.
I'm eager to hear what Ms. Pat has to add.
Sure. So I'm coming from business perspective. When I read that particular safety protocol, I'm like, our town doesn't have safety protocol. I don't know what to make of that, except to say this is another tactics, delay tactics. It's the only thing I can think of, and a way to avoid accountability of Amherst police officers' misconduct. This is one of the ways. Let's wait until resident oversight board, then we create this. Honestly, it's about trust. I don't believe that, APD doesn't have safety protocol. And if they don't, I think BIPOC community should be very scared, because it means that police officers will just do whatever they want. And that's what they've been doing. What else can I say? I'm disappointed that our town doesn't have a safety protocol.
Paul or Pamela?
So the reason we put it into the resident oversight board is because we were going to bring in a consultant who was going to look at the entire operations of how we were going to implement the resident oversight board. And that included some of the review of these policies that were identified. And I think we thought that was the best way to make sure that it had the complete evaluation that had to include the review of the police department's policies. I know that's not as fast as everybody would like. But again, as have been saying throughout, when we make changes, we want to make sure that they stick and that they last for long periods of time. That's why we've been very methodical about every step that we have taken. I believe that this approach will be the way that we're able to institute new protocols that will meet the approval of the town and also be able to be implemented at the police department.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, I'm going to go to Deb and then come back to Councillor Ball-Milne and Councillor Rooney and Councillor Taub.
So I just have a follow-up for the town manager for Paul. So what do we do in the meantime though, right? Because, you know, I'm assuming, right, that APD does have public safety protocols, but whatever protocols they had in place did not work, right? And hasn't been working for a number of our residents, and those residents are BIPOC residents and residents of a low income, status, right? A lower class status, don't get the same treatment, don't get treated, the way that they should, with respect and dignity. And so what happens in the meantime though, right? Because we can't have another July 5th incident happen yet again, right? And we're seeing how treatment of BIPOC people and Black people in specific are happening on the national stage, right? When things aren't changed, it happens again and it continues to happen. So my question to you as a BIPOC person is, what am I supposed to do in the meantime, right? Just wait for resident oversight boards to be put in place. One, we still need to look at that RFP. I don't even know if we're even going to be happy with what the RFP has to say. So I don't even know what kind of board you all are going to put together, and whether it's even going to be something that I'm going to be okay with. And then you're telling me that board is the one that's going to review the safety protocols. What am I supposed to do up until that point? What's the plan up until that point? Town, in terms of, and also the response to the incident was, like I said, terrible. So what's the changes? So, you can't just wait and think that nothing's going to happen between now and the resident oversight board. What's the plan? I guess I want to know, what's the plan from now until the resident oversight board is in place?
Existing policies are what they are today, and I know that's not that does not meet what the expectations are. But until we can make a change that's going to meet the approval of the resident oversight board with the consultants' help, will help develop these new protocols. I don't have a whole lot else to add than what I've already reported.
Thank you, Paul. And thank you, Deb. I see Philip's hand is raised.
Yeah, I think that Deb is bringing up a good point, Paul, and I know that policies are what policies are. Policies for sure need to be reviewed in this town, and as far as our report goes in response to it, is cross-cultural policy should definitely be looked at, because I feel like, as we know, Black and brown people are policed different than white people, and in that matter, a policy and a practice may not go hand in hand. And I'll bring up again, at my work, it happened not too long ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, to where the alarm went off. 3 individuals were at the front, my colleagues. I myself am a person of color. There was another person of color, and there was a white person of color, or a white person. And we went in, said what happened. Both people of color were ID'd, and the white person was not ID'd at all. We have brought this attention to the police chief, and he has said, there's no way that could have happened. So belittling what has actually happened, I was there. I lived it. So how did it not happen? So the policy is, as he states, everybody will be ID'd. The practice, 2 people were ID'd that were people of color. The person that was white was not ID'd. So policy and practice needs to be addressed in a way that does not affect marginalized communities. And in my every interaction that I've had with Crest at the Amherst Survival Center, I've never been asked for an ID. So we need to really look at our policies in a way that does not keep marginalizing communities that have suffered at the hands of police, that keep on happening, that again can avoid incidents where racism at a higher level can be stopped.
Okay, may I respond to that?
Absolutely.
That's a really important distinction, which I appreciate. That direct experience where you differentiate between policy and practice, and the practice is also what we have to be addressing at this time now. And so I hear that, and I will double check on that one for you, Philip.
Can I just say that Shalini and Jennifer have had their hand up for a long time, and can somebody please call on them? Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Miss Pat and Deb, and then I'm gonna come back to counselors. Philip, just want to appreciate your willingness to share your personal experience. I think that is really helpful for us to better understand. So thank you. So Miss Pat and then Deb, and then we'll go to Counselor Ball-Milne and Rooney and Taub.
So, Councillor Michelle, I just want to thank you the way you're running this meeting, recognizing BIPOC people in this meeting to go first. So I appreciate you. It makes a huge difference. This is the first time I've ever felt being recognized to speak first. So thank you for that. So I have a question for our town manager. So with this safety protocol that is going to be looked at, revised, updated, is there any provision to when these protocols are violated, what would be the remedies for the victims? And specifically, what is the plan for the MS6 and their families? What is the plan so that the public knows when are they going to get whole? Thank you.
So if you're specifically talking about compensation to the Amherst 6, I think that's what, if I'm reading what, yes. So the town can't issue checks to people. The best path forward for the Amherst 6 is is unfortunately through litigation. That a court may order the town to compensate people. And that's, and you also mentioned insurance. A lawsuit is where insurance gets triggered, and I don't really want to encourage a lawsuit, but I think that you should know that that is your right, and that those are the family's rights to file a lawsuit against the town, and that changes everything. That's when the insurance company gets triggered. It's also when a court orders the town to do something. I can't order the town to issue a check. That's not within my ability, not within my power. It's not within any municipal official's power to do that.
Except that I'm a businesswoman and I'm aware of litigation process, insurance, how they work. Companies can also, leadership can also negotiate to save, taxpayers money. They can negotiate if complainants bring forth litigation. So I know how it works, but I have not gotten the outreach and respect that I expected to get this going.
So
I know the options already.
Okay.
And I've been talking to the families to is there other way to do this? Since the community is working towards peace, quote unquote, unity and peace. When things go to litigation, there's never going to be unity in our town. I can guarantee you that. Go ahead.
So the town, again, a company is different than a municipal government. So I can't on my own send a check to someone in a situation like this. It has to be through a litigation measure.
Thank you, Paul. And thank you, Ms. Pat. Deb?
Well, thank you. And I want to thank, like Ms. Pat said, I want to thank Michelle and the town council, obviously, for putting this process together where we from SJC and HRC get recognized first, because all the other town council meetings, we were always recognized last. So I'm really appreciating this, and that after we speak, then the town council speak. I'm really, thankful that you all are using this process. But really quickly, one, in terms of what Phil said, and I know, Phil, that was really difficult for you to share, a story like that. But I mean, again, and I have to say this to you, Paul, I mean, like I said, and you, I think at some of those town meetings, I mean, there's been countless stories like that. So for you to just say, well, okay, thank you for making that difference between policy and practice. I mean, again, it just, I'm trying to really focus on trust here. And it doesn't, kind of creating me some confidence in the town, right? To say that, okay, all the other countless stories and what happened to the youth on July 5th is going to be taken into consideration, because now, yet again, another story, and now you acknowledge, okay, yes, thank you, Phil, Philip. So, I just want you all, the town, to think about all of the stories, right? And all of the people that are being impacted on a daily basis. And what are we going to do? And that's why we said things need to happen now. And then second, Paul, the response that you had to Miss Pat about the Amherst youth and their families being made whole. And now you said, for them to just go to litigation. I mean, again, I'm very saddened and disappointed by that response, because I'm like, so as we stated it beforehand, so you're not even willing to engage with Miss Pat as the representative of the family. I would just say, like, before making a response like that, well, y'all should just go to litigation. Why don't you say, I'm going to engage with Miss Pat, who's the representative of the family, to see if there's anything that we could do short of maybe, yeah, you can't write a check, but I bet you there's a gazillion other things that you could do to help heal the situation. So I'm really, really like, I just don't know. I'm at a loss for words at this point. That's a response to Ms. Pat is, y'all just go to litigation. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what? Come on. And you're the town manager. I mean, have you had a conversation? I guess this is a question. Have you had a conversation with Ms. Pat as a representative of the families to ask, what do these families want? Let me ask just that question. Have you?
I've not had a one-on-one conversation with Ms. Pat. I have had a conversation with a parent of one of the young people. But I have read what Ms. Pat has written, and it has focused on compensation. So that was my answer. The question I clarified was this about compensation? I'm happy to have a conversation with Ms. Pat at any time, and I offer that to you, Ms. Pat, and we can set up a time, tomorrow to when you would like to meet. I would actually would welcome that very much so.
Thank you.
You, Ms. Pat and Paul and Deb. Okay. Counselor Ball-Milne.
Paul, I understand that you just explained why you'd like to wait for the Residents Oversight Board to be created before we go into and to do this thoughtfully. But has there been any effort to look at the LEAP report so far? And it was done by professionals, and has anyone looked at it to see if there's anything that we can start implementing right away? And also, especially with respect to minors, because what I'm hearing is, at least that's the part that's clear to me, is that there's a discrepancy between what we're hearing from the police chief, from his side, what he was doing was protecting the kids because they were minors and not letting them go home. They wanted the families to come and pick them up. And that was an act of concern. And that was perceived as being held back by the kids. So I think there's these potential things that can be resolved and we don't have to wait for, so just that.
Yeah, so I will revisit that and review that again. I have not looked at through that lens exactly for the youth, and so I can do that.
Council Rooney.
Thank you. It occurred to me that perhaps in the interim between having a resident oversight board in place, I wonder if it did not put press in an awkward position of reviewing someone else's policies. Would it not be something that press could at least start reviewing from the lens of how do we interface with people with all of their training, with all of their engagement knowledge? Can they start to go through the policies and safety protocols with specifically with that lens that they're now using, and start underlining and highlighting the things that can be brought to the attention of the police department at this time? It seems to me that would be even a probable first step to address item number 4, which is again to develop protocols for the Crest department itself. Maybe there's some energy gained in, or time saved even, in starting to look at both of these together. Thank you.
I think maybe I can answer at least part of that, which is we certainly are engaged with the PD around our policy development. And I think kind of naturally in that process, there's certainly conversation back and forth about the way that those processes might intersect, the way that we might have shared training and shared language and shared understanding. I do just want to say I'm not a cop. I don't think I'm going to be a cop at any point. And so there is some language in that world that I do think it makes more sense for folks like LEAP to talk about, because that's a group of retired law enforcement. But certainly, my commitment to participate in any conversation I'm involved in continues, and glad to help out. I'm proud to be on the team here, glad to help out any way I can.
Thank you, Earl. Councillor Taub?
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of the third, just trying to throw out an idea, so that we can move revising the safety protocols, sooner than maybe the year it would take for the resident oversight board to be seated. So I don't know if this is possible, since the RFP has already been, released with the scope of services, but could, whoever the consultant is that's retained through that, while they are, working on, putting together the criteria or whatever, helping to select the resident oversight board, could they also be working with the CSSJC and the Human Rights Commission, CREST? I mean, whoever would be the groups to work with, the representatives from the community and the town, to start to put protocols together, so that can be happening at the same time that they're putting together the resident oversight board. So those protocols are in place as sooner rather than later. Just throwing that out as a suggestion.
So I'll just say that although the RFP does state that it's in phases 1 and 2, and it seems it is sequential, I think that there are going to be some of those phases that do overlap, and it does envision that the consultant would work with the town manager and other town departments and boards around those policies and forms. So I think some things will be happening at the same time, simultaneously, not necessarily as it's sequentially as it's written. So I think the answer to that is yes.
Thanks, Pamela. Counselor DeAngelis?
Thank you. I'm assuming, and I can be wrong, that the protocols, the safety protocols that the police department uses should be public documents. Is that correct? And is there any way that they can be forwarded to members of the CSSJC and also to council members so we can begin to look at them as well?
Sure, that can be done. They're on the police department's website, but we can share them with you proactively.
Thank you. Ms. Pat?
So this is kind of related. So there are a bunch of kids in town who, call me auntie or mom as a way of respect. So I was spending time with a family recently, and a young kid in one of the elementary school building had mentioned something about the police officer being in their building. So if we're thinking about safety protocol, we also need to think about kids, youth, because they see, what police officers do to people who look like them. I don't think police officers should be in any school building. It can be traumatizing for Black and brown kids. As much as it's trying to do community policing, police officers do not belong to our schools, especially for our kids of color, because it's the same blue uniform that harass their uncles, their father, their brother, their parents, their aunts, and so on and so forth. So I hope there will be a language in terms of safety protocol. Police officers should not be in our school buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pat. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. Before we move on to number 4, I just wanted to bring the attention to the LEAP report in case folks who are listening may not be aware of it. This is a group that the CSWG worked with, and they gave recommendations on protocols. That report is available in the CSSJC's report as a link, and it's also available on the CSWG's homepage, the Town of Amherst's CSWG homepage. And I do see Councillor Walker has her hand up, so I'm going to go to Councillor Walker, and then I also see that Earl has his hand up.
I just had a quick question while we were talking about police protocol. I was reminded that we also passed a motion that we were going to be, the town manager was going to be working with the police department to create a proactively anti-racist department, and wondering what steps or changes have been made to the PD or their policies, because that was part of that, looking at the policies and what changes could be made to move towards being proactively anti-racist. And I'm wondering if there has been any start to that.
Caller Pamela?
Yeah, so we have gotten started by not in a policy review, but with having workshops with the police department through conversations with the chief. We've committed, we meaning the offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion, have committed to 3 workshop opportunities with all 3 shifts. The first one occurred, I think probably at the end of March, and will be due back to go to them on their next professional development day. So we felt that there was, a lot of information to cover. Obviously, you can't cover all of the conversation that you have to have around becoming anti-racist in one workshop. So looking at what we thought was a minimum, decided that 3 opportunities to visit the police department was warranted. And the first one has occurred, and there are 2 others that will be scheduled.
Alicia, yes, please. Councillor Walker?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Pamela, for that clarification. I just also wanted to stress, or I guess question first, that if there will be other steps taken after the conversations, because part of me, like, I'm understanding in that, like, there needs to be some sort of conversation and understanding towards building knowledge around what anti-racism is. But training doesn't create anti-racism. And so, like, things need to be put in place, policies need to be changed to create the anti-racist environment. Like, just giving a training on what it is doesn't actually do that. And so I'm wondering, like, what are the steps after the training? That's more of what I was looking for. Like, what changes to their day-to-day routines, to their day-to-day policies that are going to reflect these trainings?
All right. So I think your point is well taken, but anything that would require a change in work conditions for the police officers has to go through the collective bargaining process. So, and as you heard, or you may have heard earlier, the town legal counsel and the HR director are in the process of doing collective bargaining. And so from the DEI office perspective, we're beginning to have the conversations in the workshops, and obviously have been in contact with the HR director about some of these issues. It'll be the HR director and legal counsel and town manager who will have to engage in the collective bargaining piece that will lead to changes in work conditions. But, you know, unfortunately, that's the only answer I have at this point.
Thank you, Pamela. And Alicia, I see your hand is still up.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. That is helpful to understand. My only concern is that I think, and I could be wrong about this, but I think the bargaining process has been happening for quite a while at this point. Because I think this is the same exact answer that we got last year at this time, that they were in the collective bargaining process. And so it's taking quite a long time. And so one, I'm assuming, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that we can't, like, we wouldn't be able to implement any of these changes during this bargaining process. And so that we would have to wait for the next bargaining process if there were things that we wanted to effectively change. And so why would we not be looking into what those things could be or are now?
Okay. So the collective bargaining process is always long and cumbersome. And either management or the union would have the ability to do impact bargaining. So in theory, you could seek something for the police department and impact bargain for that thing currently. And you know, I'm speaking in general terms rather than in specifics, because I'm not a part of the process and I don't know what the conversations have been. But they're, in theory, I would say you're not precluded from having a change if you could, you know, if you went through the impact bargaining process. And Paul is probably in the best position to say more about that.
Yeah, so we are in the middle of negotiations, so I really can't comment very much, but it is for the current contract that would, once it's agreed to, would go into effect immediately. So it's not for a successor agreement, it's for an agreement that would, as soon as we get to a conclusion, that becomes the new contract, effective as soon as it's signed by both parties.
Thank you, Paul. Deb.
Yeah, I guess this is a follow-up question for Pamela and for Paul in terms of, you know, I think Counselor Alicia Walker made a great question here, which is, you know, how can you work with the police to be actively anti-racist? And I don't think that you need to wait for union process for the police department to be actively anti-racist. You can do a variety of different things that can happen in terms of messaging and in terms of how the police are going to interact with, you know, those outside of, well, within the police department and outside of the police department to make sure that they are actively anti-racist. I don't see how any of that has to be bargained as part of the union. Now, if you're asking them to do extra work, extra hours, extra this, extra that, yes, that has to go through the union process. Now, changing the police department to be actively anti-racist and changing the way that the police department acts from within and without, and messaging and making sure that they are actually behaving in an anti-racist way and starting to understand those things, that does not have to be bargained. So I have a question about that. Why does that have to be bargained? I'm confused.
Yeah, so I think you're absolutely right, Deb. That kind of activity that Pamela and Jennifer are doing is being done. It doesn't have to be bargained. The sort of education, the engagement with the officers, when they do it, they go down 3 times to make sure they cover all 3 shifts, because they all work different shifts, or some people work midnight, some people work 4 to midnight, etc. So they go down and meet with the different shifts so they can do this training. That is part of the effort, and Pamela can speak much more persuasively or clearly about that way of, how do you change an organization, the people in an organization? It's not, as she said, it's not one workshop. It's a continued level of engagement. And I think Pamela, I've admired how she has started to engage all town employees. It isn't just police, it's also DPW, it's the town hall, it's the library. She and Jennifer have done a really terrific job at rolling out different things, ways for the community, for the town employees to be engaged. And she's welcome to speak more on that if she wants, but it's she understands that it's just not a one and done type thing. It's a continuous involvement of our staff in learning and sharing. Pamela, is there anything?
I get that. Wait, before Pamela responds, but I think it has to be an and both, right? Because like Counselor Alicia Walker was talking about, can't just be the education. It has to be a partnership between DEI and also, so I'm just going to focus on the police. I know, obviously, I'm glad that all the other town members are also getting it, because everyone needs to, but focus on the police right now. It has to be work with the police chief, with all of his deputies, with all of the supervisors, the lieutenants, all of the sergeants, so on and so forth. It comes from the leadership, right? So the leadership, it can't be just the education from Pamela's group, right? It has to be Pamela's group along with the police chief and the leadership at the police. So is that happening? Is it happening where the messaging is coming from the top, right? So is the police chief, can you send us, right, copies of the police chief sending messages to his personnel stating that the police department is anti-racist?
So I can't speak to that because I'm not the police chief, but I can tell you that the workshops that the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is doing for the police department and every department in town is customized to the work of that department. And in each of those instances, I've met with the head of the department, I've talked about the content of the workshop, and we've talked about the best way to deliver that. So I spoke with Chief Livingston. I also spoke with Gabe Ting. We talked about what the content should be. We talked about the delivery method and how we could engage the officers in the content, and that's ongoing. The same process has been used for DPW. The same process is being used for the fire department and every other department, talking about where each department is, what their needs are, how can we customize the conversation to the work of that department. So I believe that the answer is yes, that we are doing both and. The and part of some of the work is being handled by the town manager, the HR director, and legal counsel. And the and part of the question is being handled by the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
So Paul, do you have any information in terms of the messaging from the leadership in the police department?
I don't know what the chief has written to his staff. I just know that he and their leadership team have been working very closely with Pamela, as have the other department heads. So it's not unique to the police department. We as a department head, as a leadership team, are committed to this. And we are blessed to have the leadership of Pamela, who knows how to do this work. I trust her judgment on how to implement these things, this type of training and education and engagement with our employees. I feel like we're on a really good path, and I hope that people would, trust that we're moving this in a positive way.
Well, I guess my last point would just be to continue to build that trust, and it would be transparency, right? To share that with the community, for us to know what the police chief is actually sharing to his leadership and the rest of the police department in terms of actively building an anti-racist department, right? Which is obviously going to leave, some of the vestiges for whoever the new police chief is going to be, right? So I think, if this is indeed happening, which I didn't know about until we now ask these questions, we need to know more about it, right? And it needs to be in other languages. It needs to be shared in different modalities so that a community is understanding what's the work that's being taken place.
Thank you, Deb. Counselor Walker, I know this was your question initially. I do see Ms. Pat's hand is raised, and it may also be in relation to this. So I'm going to ask Ms. Pat if she'd like to add to this, and then we'll come back to you, Counselor Walker, and then to Counselor Pam.
So actually, I have a positive comment to actually make, since we're talking about racism. And I think one of the ways also is to reach out to people that are hard to reach. And I want to illustrate an incident in March where our town manager, the CRES director, and Jennifer Moisten, they came to Black Business Association of Amherst. Needless to say that not only that the meeting was productive, but as I'm a member of that group. It was a big deal for some of our town residents to meet our town manager for the first time. Some of them don't know who he is. Same thing with our new CRES director. When we're talking about outreach, breaking down barriers, the way it should go is to have the people in power go into the community and meet those people at their own terms. Don't ask us to come to your office. Come to us. What a difference it made. And I was hoping that the town manager would brag about that and put it in his report, but he didn't. But I think we appreciate 3 of you that were there. I also want to comment on some town councilors who have reached out when I raised the concern about inequity in APA funds. I've been saying this for more than 9 months now. And the APA funds were supposed to help anyone that has been impacted negatively by pandemic. I raised this issue. Everybody knows that. It has been in the media. The town council leadership didn't bother to bring it up. All the existing Black-owned businesses in our town did not receive a dime out of the $650,000 that was earmarked for businesses. But I want to thank Councilor Dorothy Piem and Jennifer Tom for their private support, reaching out to me privately. I appreciate 2 of you. I also want to appreciate Councilor Michelle Miller, who, on behalf of her group, ARHA, they may be attending the next BBA meeting for listening session. No outreach from the council president and the council vice president. the town council leadership. Even though we live in this town, we pay our taxes, we go to vote, and yet when it comes to resources, we do not get it. And when we speak up, we have powerful people disparaging members of BBA. We have Business Improvement District, despite their director, Gold, disparaging two well-respected restaurant owner in our town. So if we're talking about anti-racism or working on racism, there has to be strategic collaboration and engagement in our own terms, many people of color. We need to lead. You need to come to us. We need to tell you what we need. We need to work together. You can't say, my door is open, come to me. We've been oppressed already. Do you guys understand how difficult it is to even speak at meetings like this as a person of color, no matter your age? But I just want to thank the town manager for taking the courage to come. And I hope it was, meaningful to you. Thank you. And yeah, we haven't received any money. We're a legitimate group, okay? We are 501c whatever, nonprofit, just like BED, but we didn't get any money. Nothing, zip.
Thank you, Ms. Pat. Councillor Walker and then Councillor Pam.
Thank you. I'm going back to a previous topic, but I did just really quickly want to emphasize and support Ms. Pat's concerns, specifically regarding ARPA spending. And I think that that would be a great conversation to have for another time in terms of equitable spending of the ARPA funds. But I also just wanted to come back to the creating the anti-racist department at the PD, and talking about that this was a recommendation that came up in terms of like something that could be implemented immediately to restore trust and to create safety for our BIPOC residents who will still have to deal with the PD, because no matter what, even when CREST is taking 911 calls, the police will still need to respond to some calls, and they will still be responding and dealing with BIPOC residents. And so this is like immensely important. And I think that's getting very lost in translation here, that like we're talking about the safety of Black and brown people at the hands of the police. Like this is very serious. So that's one. And that like, I'm not talking about training. And I don't know how much I have to emphasize that, because I've said that before, and I said that when I proposed the motion itself. But like, training doesn't actually change anything. That doesn't change the way the police are dealing with the public. It doesn't change what the policies are. It doesn't change what their protocols are. It doesn't change how they talk to each other. It doesn't change how they talk to people in the community. It doesn't change anything. Like, I'm talking about real tangible changes that we can measure, that we can present, not just, hey, we had a conversation about this and now they're just doing the same thing they were doing before, but they had a conversation about it first internally. Like, that is not what I'm talking about when I'm saying creating an anti-racist department. I think it's great they're having conversations. I think everyone should continue to have these conversations, but that is not what I meant when I proposed this motion. And I thought I made that very clear, that that was not what I was expecting.
Thank you. Dorothy, you are up. I just want to let everyone here know that if you need to take a recess for any reason, you can always turn your camera off. You can also call a point of order and ask for a recess. So just in case folks weren't aware of that, I wanted to make sure everyone knew. Dorothy.
Okay, I have a question and a comment. How long is this new police contract? Is it a 1 year or is it 3 year?
So typically contracts are 3 years.
So I mean, to me, I'm sitting here in my spare time sometimes saying, what am I going to do on the weekends? To me, the summer's here. And I can see it's a long cycle and there's a lot of legal things and a lot of law, but they're going to be a contract and it will not have the new whatever things in it. Okay, so that's a real delay. So I just want to say a positive and then a suggestion. You have acted with incredible speed with people who work for you in setting up press. I mean, amazing. Okay. And it's kudos, not just to you, but to the whole town of Amherst, and it's known nationally, and it's setting up the DEI department. But I think that you have been dragging your feet when it comes to people who don't work for you. And I mean, I understand that because you can't always tell what they're going to do. And sometimes they say things that you don't like, or you don't agree with, or you don't even think are true. Okay. But I just want to say, I really do have a lot of trust in you. And I think I've shown that and I've said that. So I'm just, one of the themes that I think we're coming up with here is for you to have a little more trust of some of the other people in town. And I think that we can, because I think we all agreed, we want to move on these things. We want to make some changes. We want a safer town. We don't all agree on things. For example, I don't totally agree with Miss Pat about no police in the school, because if there's a shooter or something dangerous, I want our police department to go in there fast and not be like, oh, all the Texas, okay? So I do, and I really do see the need for a strong police department. But I think that what the kind of restructuring of public safety that's going on here is really good. And I'm really happy with it. But I just think we need to trust each other a little bit more, and it'll be mutual is what I'm thinking. I'm an optimist. I think it'll be a mutual increase in trust. Thank you.
Thanks, Dorothy. Shalini.
I just wanted to clarify a point that was made about no ARPA funds being awarded to Black businesses, because we did receive a detailed list of businesses that were awarded. And out of that, just to give a few examples, M&M Links, Head Games, Global Cuts, Carefree Cakery, and White Lion were awarded the funds, and and then 97% of the grants went to BIPOC, LGBTQ, and women-owned businesses. And that being said, no process is perfect. And I feel that if Ms. Onanabaku has noticed that there's some ways that this process could be improved, I would really encourage sitting down with the committee. There's a committee, it's not the bid. That's my understanding, is there's a committee that's made up of diverse people who then go through all the applications and then award. But if that process can be improved, which I'm sure any process can, that feedback should, I think I would be happy to sit in that meeting and find ways to improve that process.
Thank you, Councilor Bowman. Ms. Pat.
May I respond? Actually, it's incorrect. And this is the narrative that the bid has been spreading in the media. It's not true. None of existing Black-owned businesses, regardless whether they're members of BBA or not, did not receive a dime. In fact, that document I requested, and the finance director sent it to me. Existing businesses, none of Black business got that. I'm not talking about new businesses that are going to be opening up, that are renting from big landlords. I'm not talking about that. Existing business category, Black-owned businesses, document online. I have them. And I requested that it be included in the packet for CSSJC meeting tonight, so the public can see. When I open my mouth to say anything, I do my research. And I'm very confident when I open my mouth, because that's why people trust me. I beg to disagree with Shalini, because it's not true. The so-called 90-something% of marginalized, it's all incorrect, because the way it was put white women were considered minority. Again, I don't have any problem of any business owner who received funding, but to put white women as minority or marginalized to make up the percentage is very deceiving to the public. So the records are there. They should be on the town website. Go to CSSJC and look at it, and the public can make their judgment who is telling the truth tonight. Because I know what I'm talking about. Again, existing business category, no Black-owned business receive funding. However, new businesses like Cakery received, and is a member of BBA. She's going to be opening up in June, okay? Global Court never received a dime. And I'm going to let him know tomorrow because his business is being mentioned tonight when he did not receive any money for the upper fund. He did not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pat. And it sounds like maybe there's some clarification that's needed, and maybe Paul and Sean will be able to provide that clarification and make that available to everyone. That would be great. Yes, Councilor Lopes.
Yeah, so first I just, want to thank everyone for participating in this meeting, the CSSJC and the HRC, and in particular to Elizabeth Haygood for calling attention to the importance of hearing the youth perspective directly from youth voices, and particularly in spaces that decision-making spaces rather where they haven't been included as possible. But I do think that if we have a discussion and we're talking about the bid, we have discrepancy of information. The bid has shown clear facts that not just the second round, but the first round, that there was money awarded to Black businesses, to BIPOC businesses. And this conversation, if we're, as if we're talking about businesses, I believe those business owners should be there, as well as Gabrielle Gould. And whoever else is having that, so we can move forward, because we are dealing with something where at the end of the day, if we're talking with state funding, with state regulations, there is a process to how that money could be received and who. So to put it in a situation where it's about public opinion and who believes who, when it's something that, and we have all of these A's and B's in Amherst and having to do that, this is a situation where we can use facts, where we can know what businesses received, why, and why not. And I think if not, we're being divisive, because at the end of the day, the bid was the only organization throughout the pandemic that was out there and doing something and calling attention to business. There were not other organizations were not out there publicly. And last, I think we want to be careful, because if we're not all coming together around this issue, we're going to be sending a message to youth that if you simply receive an LLC or register as a business, then that's going to come with a virtual assistant or someone who will connect you to what funding or whatnot is available for you. When in actuality, as we all know, you may need to hire somebody to do that, or you have to introduce yourselves as a new business so you can receive and be directed to that funding. So I think that if we are to carry this situation, we should really have all the stakeholders involved as we're talking about everything else. We're bringing those stakeholders, because if not, this is slander and this is hearsay. And we're just risking the public coming to a conclusion when they don't have to, or they could at least include clear facts in making that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Anika. I just, Ms. Pat, before I go to, just want to confer with the chairs of the committees. So the chair of the town council and the chair of the two committees in terms of timing. So we have number 4, 5, 6, and 7 to continue through. Is everyone good to keep moving ahead on these items? I'm just looking.
I mean, how much more time is it gonna be? Because I do have my child at home and so on and so forth. So what is this looking like?
Yeah, I think that I respect and know that this conversation is definitely needs to be had. I do think that for the sake of everybody's time, we may need to set aside a different meeting to have this conversation and have this go on. So I at least as far as for HRC, and if any member thinks otherwise, I think moving forward would make sense.
Yeah, could we get another date on the books?
I would suggest that we go through the other three items, and if there are other items that are also important to various members of the group, that be collected and we look at what the appropriate venue is for the discussion of those other items, and if additional data needs to be available for those. But we did set an agenda that was based on these 7 items, and I would prefer for us to finish those 7 items and then look for other opportunities and other means to have the discussion about other issues. Thank you.
But Lynn, respectfully, there's 4 more items that we need to talk about. I don't want to be rushed, but
Thank you.
I will stay on and I will talk then, and we'll be here
Thanks.
until midnight. So that's fine. But I'm not going to be rushed. If you all want to continue, fine, but we will talk through all of them ad nauseum.
Well, here's a suggestion. So I think in terms of the ARPA, this is a really important conversation. And of course, none of it can be disconnected. It's all integral to what we're talking about. It does appear that we need to get some clarifying information and perhaps have some other folks who could join this conversation. So I, as a counselor, would like to ask the chair of the town council to work with Paul to figure out how we might, as you said, Lynn, have a venue for that discussion. With respect to the 4 items that we have remaining, I think we should continue on, and if folks are good with that, maybe do another check-in at about 10:30 and see where we're at, because our brains will start to deteriorate here. And I would like to, before we move on to number 4, check in with Miss Pat and Alicia since their hands are both raised, to see if that sounds like a plan we can move forward with.
Okay, I just want to say to Anika that I stand by everything that I said, and the public will find out who is telling the truth. Being powerful is not good enough. It is for people to follow the facts. And I'm excited for the public to find out who is telling the truth. Is it me, or is it Anika and Shalani, or the bid director? The public will soon find out. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pat. And Counselor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. I definitely think that it would be very wise to have another time to talk about ARPA funds and ARPA spending. I just really quickly wanted to add that I think part of like the challenges and the complications with ARPA funds is like, one, transparency. We don't do a very good job of reporting and tracking what is being used and where, and the sheets that are available on the town website are very confusing because there are a lot of monies that have been allocated but have not yet been spent. And the way that those are identified on the website are very confusing. And I think it's also just the way that we chose to distribute the ARPA funds, which were quite strange. And I really highly suggest you all looking at the way that other towns have done it. Might help provide some clarity, specifically Springfield, which gave millions of dollars to BIPOC-owned businesses and nonprofits. Very different than the way that Amherst has, and very different the way that they tracked it on their town website. And so I think looking at the way other towns have done it in comparison to how Amherst have done it might explain some of the frustration. But I also am happy to have this conversation at another time.
Thank you, Counselor Walker. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and move on to number 4, which is continue to develop protocols for CRESS regarding active engagement by community responders. And we'll follow the same process, and Deb will get us started.
Right, thank you. So for me with CRESS, and Ms. Pat already talked about it, and I didn't know that it was only $20,000 that they were given additionally for this next fiscal year, which again, doesn't make sense to me. And that, the police department is getting, hiring and so on and so forth. So, CRESS needs to be 24/7. CRESS needs to be fully staffed so that the police are not responding to anything that is nonviolent, which was what we had put in the CSWG. And with CRESS not being fully funded, not having the staffing, not really having, the wherewithal, because they need capacity. You can't, burn people out. Like even like Earl, I mean, he's doing an extraordinary job, but he's only one person in terms of the leader. Needs to be an assistant director. There needs to be other kind of, leaders put in place there to help out. And so that's not going to happen with an additional $20,000, right? Because you can't burn people out. Because then it's not sustainable for them to be able to do the work. But yeah, the community needs for there to be, something in place so that the police are not responding to nonviolent incidents as what occurred in July 5th, right? So wanna know that. And also, so how is that? My question is, so how is it gonna happen with the current staffing and with only an additional $20,000? That is my question.
Yeah, so I think what I'd say is there's about 85 departments similar to what we do in the country. There's probably 20 or 30 that have the scope we have. There's maybe 8 that have the kind of structural support we do, the independence we do. There's nobody that's a separate department. None of those much larger departments, Denver Star, Cahoots in Oregon, have gone 24/7 yet. It is a tricky step on 2 levels. The call volume is much lower, so it frankly isn't a super attractive position. You're not going to have much to do at the beginning. And the second piece is, I think when we talk about adding a second shift, people think about maybe doubling the staffing. You're actually talking about closer to tripling the staffing to get to a third shift. You have to add a whole new leadership component. That leadership team needs to be as comfortable as I am. The one thing I am really concerned about is us taking steps before there's the kind of capacity. And then, I love the people I work with. I love my coworkers. I am fortunate to have my coworkers, and I worry about adding a large group of people without a really kind of thoughtful understanding of what the work looks like, which we're still developing. I recognize that me telling you that we're the fastest in the country, we still don't feel fast enough for Amherst. And I lose sleep over that idea most of anything in my job, that I want to get this to where folks need it to be as quickly as I can. As far as the technical pieces of it, it takes folks quite a while to get up to speed on the approach. It's some of the work we do is counterintuitive to what folks think of as public safety. You're asking folks to go into really challenging situations, and at no point are they going to have an ability to coerce the person. They're not going to have an ability to deny them access to a thing. They're not going to have the ability to take a thing away from them, to fine them, to punish them. So getting people up to speed really, I think, has turned out to be about a 9-month process. So that's just on the technical end of things. I don't think that even if the resources, the exact amount of money to add folks we'd still be a year out from me feeling any sort of comfort with that overnight shift. And particularly Denver is going overnights this summer. And so I'm watching really closely how they're doing it, how they're approaching it, the infrastructure they're building, what looks very different. So on a technical end, I just think we're probably, I often think of Alicia in describing this of, I know I'm holding you guys' baby. The baby's out of the crib, but boy, it ain't running yet. It is toddling along, and we're still needing to develop some experience. That's the one thing I can't hire anybody who's experienced at this. The only way to get it is to do the job and to do it for a long enough period. So, as far as the budget, that is a decision that's been made. On my end of things, I think we need to earn it. That is my philosophy to this. Is I think when you think about the kind of original sin of public safety, is that the money has always followed people's fear. People were so afraid of Black folks, they put money into the more violent aspects of policing. Whereas we have the opportunity to look at the work, to thoughtfully approach it, to ask for resources as we need them. And again, I think that's an unsatisfying answer. And I know that, but I would be doing a disservice to the work to say what we're doing is art. And if you rush art, you put people in a bad situation.
So
Sorry if
Earl,
that,
let me, yeah, let
yeah,
me,
sorry if that was a weird answer. That's what I
yeah,
got.
I have a follow-up with that. So I guess we have two situations, right? So we have the community, right, that is asking, especially the marginalized BIPOC community, that is asking for there to be someone else, a different group of people, and obviously, ideally, CRESS, to respond to these nonviolent matters, as opposed to the police, right? So we're talking nonviolent, alcohol, drugs, any type of resources, anything that community members are going through, because we know a lot of times when the police respond to that, those things go awry, as what happened, Exhibit A, July 5th, right? And so, so we have that, and then I have you saying, I guess, right? So then I want to be clear then. So you're saying that CRESS can't grow. Well, not can't grow. That CRESS is growing slowly but surely. You need the time, so on and so forth. So you are content then, right? With the $20,000, you're content where you're at, and so on and so forth. I guess I just want to be clear in terms of what it is, because for me, my concern, obviously, I love CRESS, and you all are doing a phenomenal job. And that's why, right? That's why I want it to be more, And so my thinking is, hey, let me advocate to give you more so that the community can get what they want, which is no police response so that the police don't botch it up. But you're telling me, I think no. Is that what you're saying? No,
yeah,
at
so
this point?
what I'm telling you is we are moving faster than anyone in this country has ever done with this work. I recognize that doesn't count the 2 years of time folks worked on this thing. I don't think there's anything CRESS is incapable of. I just don't know that it's ready today. I think this is a thing that we're going to have to make you're going to have to make a decision as a community. If you're building this thing for a short run, we can do everything really quick. We can get everything running up, and there will be big flaws in it. There will be big flaws in it. Or we can do this thing where we build it, we get a foundation, we really make sure, like when we talk about anti-racism, that is a thing that we have to stop at every step and make sure it's still intact. Every time we make a move, we have to stop and make sure that we're not over-serving communities or underserving communities. Have we talked to the community about how they feel about what we're doing? That sort of information gathering takes steps. So by no means am I saying that we won't ever get to that point. I think we will get there faster than anybody in the country ever has. That's the pace we've set. But functionally nine, we're 8 months into deployment. I just there's no evidence from the work around the country that at that point people are experienced enough that you can build a leadership team that can hold those things. I'm not saying that more resources wouldn't be great, but I am saying that there's a difference between building a thing for a short period and building it for the long haul. And the long haul does require these, I just want to say they feel slow and deliberate to us. When I talk to other municipalities, what they say is, how are you going so fast? There are 10 departments I'm aware of that trained for 2 years. So the speed in which we're going, there's no precedent for it. And so I also, you know, I'm afraid that if we take that big step, that I won't be able to assure folks that my folks will be able to step up when the time is right. And that would be dangerous for them. It would mean the police needing to show up. It would mean them needing to show up in a much more fast way, in a way that might lead people to not always be their best selves. So yeah, I guess the answer to your question is, I think we're going as fast as I can make it, as I can imagine us going. And we would never turn down resources, but just let's say tomorrow my budget got doubled, my job would then turn into a fiscal job. I would be spending funding so much that I wouldn't be able to do the on the ground supervision that the work requires right now. I wouldn't be able to spend the time molding folks into the responders they need to be. And that's, you know, there's 9 people, that's 9 different people who require real tailoring and understanding. So I'm sorry, again, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
know that I'm not living up to the highest dreams of folks. I'm just saying that as a human being, I don't know that those highest dreams are attainable where we are right now.
So Earl, I mean, I'm not about just obviously CSWG, when we made a recommendation for CREST, we wanted to be long-term. We wanted to be successful. We wanted to have a strong foundation. We wanted to have, you know, everything they needed to have for it to be something to go into the future, right? And that's why you have us to keep pressing the town, because I understand the town saying, look, we've done all these great things, and you all have done a lot of great things, but it's a lot because you have us as pressuring you to make sure that you're doing it. And we're going to continue with the pressure to make sure that you are doing it, right? So,
Yeah, and I want to just put a plug in. Me and
wait,
Deb are
wait,
presenting at the Smith School of Social Work conference this summer about this very thing. So this conversation is continuing in lots of different ways.
Exactly.
Right.
So I wanted to be deliberate. I wanted to be, you know, strong and foundational. So leave, you know, I don't want to, you know, obviously stay the course, right? If that, but I just wanted clarity around that. But the other part though is this need from the community, right? So I think though, the town needs to have a plan, and again, tap us, CSSJC and whomever else, to figure out a plan for what do we do with the fact that CREST at this point can't respond to all nonviolent. So what are we going to do? Because obviously, with the fact that you all are not looking at safety protocols at APD is not an anti-racist department. I'm very afraid in terms of APD continuing to respond to these nonviolent concerns.
I appreciate you, Deb. As soon as we can get there, we're going to get there.
Michelle, may I interrupt?
Of course. Yeah, please. Paul.
I just want to let people know that Pamela is going to have to leave in a few minutes. If there are any specific questions for Pamela, we should pose those now. She has a time limit. So just want to put that on your radar. And if not, that's fine. She will leave when she has to leave.
So can I just ask everyone who has their hand up to put it down just for a moment? I'm keeping track of the order. And if you have a question specifically for Pamela on any of these topics, the ones that we've covered or the ones that we have yet to cover, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm going to go to Deb and then Counselor Pam.
I guess for me, the only thing that I would have to say for Pamela would be around because we talked about some of the other ones, just to kind of reiterate around the youth empowerment. And I'll say this again, I guess, you know, to Paul and everything, that, you know, in your report, the town manager is forming a working group to explore youth empowerment and, you know, all these different family outreach center, high school, middle school administration, not youth, but administration. And then rec, finance, community participation, offices, DEI, CREST, so on and so forth. I didn't hear youth. So for me, like I said before, youth need to be front and center in terms of creating a youth empowerment center. It needs to be their voice. They're the ones that need to be, the working group needs to be them, not a bunch of adults that are going to tell the youth what they need. You know what I'm saying? The youth are the ones that should be driving the youth empowerment to say what they need, where it should be located, what's the parameters, and so on and so forth. I learn every day from youth. They are the savviest people on this earth, okay? And so youth empowerment should be all them. And I'm definitely with Liz when she was saying about having youth in all other stratospheres of the town management and their input too. But youth empowerment needs to be them. So I hope there's going to be changes to that, this whole kind of suggestion that you all made for youth empowerment, because right now, if you all continue down that path, that's going to be a mess. And the youth empowerment needs to happen also very quickly. CSWG had already put a model in place, so we don't need to start from ground zero. And it seems like over here, it's kind of gathering input, blah, 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 blah. No, that's delay. It's talk to the youth and let's start putting these things in place.
Thanks, Deb. Pamela, would you like to respond to Deb's comments?
So I think that the town manager will respond to the first part of the comment about putting together the working group, because that is not my that's not my initiative. The second part of that discussion deals with the collaboration that press and the DEI department has in place to actually work with youth in the fall. And our plan is to share an AmeriCorps member to lead that work. So it is our plan and our objective to begin working with youth in the fall with the help of an AmeriCorps member. So I'm working on the active programming parts of those initiatives.
Thank you, Pamela. And it sounds like there's a question for Paul in there, but given your time constraints, Pamela, I'm going to move on and we'll come back to that. And I'm going to go to Ms. Pat, and then I'm going to go to Counselor Pam, Counselor Devlin Gothier, and Counselor Walker.
So I just want to remind all of us that CSWG through 7 Gen did their research. They talked to youth of diverse backgrounds that are most impacted by APD. And one of the recommendations that came up is actually having a youth center. And I know the town council has capital priorities. Where does the youth center fits into all this? When are we going to get a youth empowerment center? And I know that there is APA funds that was set aside for youth. What happened to that? And the last thing is, why are we doing research again? 7 Gen already talked to youth. It's just delaying too much. That's all I have to say. Meanwhile, youth are suffering. I'm very confused about the whole process, honestly.
So again, I think that is a question for the town manager, and the section of the youth empowerment discussion in the report that I wrote really builds upon and looks to the work that was already done and envisions having someone in place to put that into practice. So obviously I don't have the budget to create a building, a structure for a youth empowerment center. The goal that I have and that I share with Earl and Chris is to have a point person to work with youth to do the direct programming activities, initiatives that were envisioned in that report, which mentioned training on legal rights, career development, exposure to colleges. So all of those things are things that we hope that the AmeriCorps member and have expectations that the AmeriCorps member working with our 2 departments would do beginning in the fall.
I mean, that's all great, and I'm not disputing that, but what location? In our school building? When school building can traumatize some of the kids. So I get all that. I'm not questioning the programming, but where will it happen? Is there a dedicated safe space for you to do this?
I have to use existing spaces in town or other resources that we might be able to share from community partners, but I don't have a building in place. So my best option is to start the programming while other folks are working on creating a building. I don't want to wait until the building is in place to start the programming. So I'm trying to start programming now using existing buildings and existing partnerships in order to do that. Because I don't have a building and I can't create one between now and the beginning of the school year. But I can start to provide programming in the existing structures that we have. And I acknowledge your statement that those structures may not be ideal, but the reality is that is what I have to work with. So I don't have, I can only work with what I have.
My last comment, I apologize. Nothing personally against you, but why is it that anything that benefits BIPOC community, our town council, our town government, our finance committee, there is no money, tight budget. It's so tough, but we will have money for other stuff that powerful people want in this town. So I don't get it. What message are we sending to our youth?
Again, I don't think that that's a question that I am in a position to answer.
I
about
understand.
The town
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah, I get it.
So the youth empowerment is next on our list. So I'm just looking to the counselors that have their hands raised. If they have specific questions to Pamela before she has to leave on any of the topics. Otherwise, we'll come back to the youth empowerment shortly. So I'm going to go to Council Pam.
So it's very useful what she just said. That number one, she's not putting together the working group, but that DEI will start the programs while the building, because that is obviously at this moment down the road. So that is very useful to me. My question is, when are we going to have? I really do want to talk about the youth center, and I think that tonight's getting late. I would like to have. I like the ideas that came with CSWAG and 7Gen, but I have some other ideas that I think are very important, which go along with youth and leadership, and some programs I think which would be extremely wonderful for the community. So my simple question to you right now, Pamela, is what do you need from us now?
So what I need right now is just a little bit of time to start the programming and ideas for programming. There were wonderful ideas for programming in the Community Safety Working Group report. Dr. Rhodes also has a wonderful program that I guess he's going to start this summer around entrepreneurship. So I think there's lots of possibilities for programming for youth. I think there's also good opportunities to collaborate with Amherst College, Hampshire College, and UMass for additional opportunities. So I am excited about the possibility of having an AmeriCorps member to work with CRES and DEI to pull those initiatives and programs together. And so, I guess a little bit of time, right? I can't create a building overnight, but I can start the programming and offer it in the interim. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. So if I have any ideas, I should write them up and then send them to you. Is that it?
That will be great. Yeah.
I'll do that then. Thank you.
Anna.
Thank you. I have two questions, so I'll ask one and then pause for a response if that's okay, and then ask the second. So the first one is regarding the trainings that are the learning opportunities that are being offered. I'm curious if there's a framework or a model that you're utilizing to scaffold those trainings to support the development of an anti-racist culture, both across the town staff, but within departments. To Alicia's point, and as you also recognized, an anti-racist culture isn't developed in training, but mostly partly in the application of what is learned. The training that you listed in your report is wonderful. And especially for white folks, the identity exploration in the context of power and privilege is really an important first step. But I'd love to hear about how you're incorporating that into application, into the work intentionally. And I know that if you don't have a model right now to talk about, that's okay. But I'd love to hear more about that if you don't have it top of mind right this moment.
Sure. So, I mean, I initially reached out to an organization that I'm very familiar with called the National Coalition Building Institute, which was a wonderful program that I'm actually trained in and went through, I would say now maybe 15 or 16 years ago. But it looks like they have disbanded, or they're not as active in New England as they once were. So what Jennifer and I have been doing is meeting with each department head, designing our initial programming for that department. And then our plan is to go back, to scaffold up. So where I'll just, use, for example, where the DPW was as far as their initial workshop is not the same as where we envision the fire department, I'll say, and we haven't done the fire department yet. That's coming up in May. The other thing that we're doing with our training is we're going back to each department head to have conversations with them. And this has not started yet. So this is our plan for May and June, to have conversations with them about their DEI self-assessment. So each department was asked to do a self-assessment, to look at their staffing levels, to look at the constituencies that they serve, to think about ways in which we can embed equity policies and practices into their work. So the goal is to to have the initial training and then to go back and tie the future trainings to that equity work. And of course, with each department, I'm sure there are probably dozens of things that we could be tackling. But we're really going to try to be realistic about this and try to tackle like 2 to 3 things in each year, because getting into the practice takes time. So if we can identify 1 or 2 practices, have people work to achieve the equity, to review their policy on a specific practice, and to work towards that, and then go back in year 2 and repeat the process and expand it. I'd love to say that we're going to change every department, but we're, overnight or within a short time frame, but that's just unrealistic, especially given, the fact that we are a department of 2 and we have, a lot of departments both to work with and then repeat the cycle through. So at this point, I'll be quite honest and say I had hoped that we would have done more trainings in more departments as we approach the first year anniversary. I had written into my sort of 1-year vision that we would do a minimum of 4, and we're going to make that goal. But primarily because we've already done 2 really large departments. We have a 3rd large department coming up. And then we have all of those departments in the Bang Center that we're which are all sort of, they share the fact that they're all outwardly facing. So veteran services, senior services, the health department, CREST, there is some commonality in how they approach their work with that group. And so we can group them together. But when we start to look at the other departments, finance and accounting and clerk's office, it's going to require, a totally different way of grouping them together, even to bring them together for professional development, and thinking about how we incorporate equity into their work. As you can imagine, everyone no one wants to feel that their work is inequitable, right? From the perspective of members of the town staff, they are doing anti-racist work because they don't think that there are inequities in their work, and no one openly says, "Oh, I'm a racist." The real challenge with having folks have these conversations is getting them to understand how their practices, which and policies, which may seem neutral on their face, have a disparate impact on certain communities. And that's not a conversation that you can just have once. It's a conversation that needs to be repeated. And although you need to start and have the conversation with some mutuality of respect. So it is not my approach to go in and condemn and to say, you're doing everything wrong, this is what you should do. It is my approach to talk about the narratives, to talk about the inequities, and to talk about ways in which we can better the work that we do. It just, I think the principle that explains my approach the best is to think about universal design and how it works in the school system. Universal design benefits very targeted populations, but it also benefits everyone. And so when you start to have conversations about designs of your programs and policies that are equitable and universal, then you can bring more people along because they don't feel that they're being admonished or attacked or denigrated for work which they, probably rightly so, feel that they've been doing the very best that they can. Even though that there is an opportunity, as someone said, there's always an opportunity for improvement.
Thank you. I'm really interested down the road. This is not a tonight question, but down the road, I'm really interested in learning about your self-assessment in terms of whether you're using competencies that can be measured over time or what areas of focus that you have. And I appreciate you sharing more about that. My second question is actually about the next point, which is the communications plan. So one of the things that we've talked about today, but that I was noting when I was reading is, are there alternate methods within a communication plan that are engaging directly in community to reach the populations that are not being reached by our current modes? The existing communication plan talks about putting out on all of the typical methods, which is great. And as we've heard tonight, it'd be really great to see new modes of providing public access. The part that made me uncomfortable about the report was the phrasing of based on expressed need. Because if someone doesn't know how or where or when to express their need, we're not going to hear it. And so, or they're not getting the message that we want them to express the need in the first place. So I'd really love to hear how you all plan, and Pamela, I think this is part you, but maybe it's more Paul actually. I'd really like to hear more about the process for engaging in community to reach the folks who aren't currently being reached. And I know that's kind of a tough scenario because how do you know, right? But we do know in a lot of ways. We've seen other aspects of community outreach. Cress has done a really great job at this. And so I'd like to hear what methods you're using to expand our modes of delivery to reach populations that are not currently being served by our existing practices.
So I think that this is an area where the town really is in the beginning steps of trying to figure out how best to meet the needs. We know that that translation services are needed. We're trying to figure out how to have those translation services on demand. We're trying to figure out how to have translation services without adding additional burdens or additional responsibilities to current staff who have specific language skills. I've done a little bit of research on this area and looked at some plans that were developed. Well, the plans that I looked at were on the federal side. There's also a group of DEI directors in the Commonwealth who've been talking about translations and access. So we're still in the gathering and trying to formulate a concrete plan. I think it will really vary by department. how best we can communicate that. And then we have to have some agreement about some basics. And there have been challenges. We talked about how to have conversations with the joint meetings where there were translation services available. We posted a meeting and I got a request about whether we would be able to provide American Sign Language, and had to try to scramble to see if I could pull together a list of resources. So there are definitely challenges in this area. And we're not nearly as far along as I think we would like to be, but I will be working with Bree and other department heads to address that. And so it is very much a work in progress. I think the benefit is that we do have those earmark funds that can help us pull some pieces together. So the research that I've done, I've looked at some federal plans that have developed translation and access protocols for various departments that have been very thorough. I've looked at and have conversations with a company that provides real-time translation services for the Massachusetts court system. So a wide variety of languages. That company also can provide translation services of documents. I think it's a matter of getting everybody, and by everybody, I mean myself and Bree and other department heads together and formulating a plan that we can then try to carry out. So it is very much a work in progress.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela, and thank you, Anna. And I'm going to go to Councilor Walker. If I could just ask, I do hear some background noise. I'm not sure where it's coming from, but it might help for folks if
So it's probably coming from my location. So
okay.
I have been having connectivity issues, and so I'm actually in the kitchen of a friend of mine.
Okay.
And there's conversation going on in another
room. No
room.
problem. All right.
So I do apologize for that. And I will apologize for having to leave the meeting a little bit earlier. So I'll just share that I have been ill the last couple of days, and so I've been really hanging in, but my medication is wearing off, and I really can't stay much longer. But I welcome any additional questions that, if they're not answered in the next few minutes, please feel free to contact me.
Thank you so much, Pamela. Thank you for everything. You are truly an amazing force that we have. And I think we all feel a lot of gratitude. So I think Councilor Walker has her hand up to ask you a question, and then I don't see any other hands after that. So, Councilor Walker? Does anyone hear Councilor Walker speaking? No.
Why don't we have Councilor Walker send her question to Pamela so Pamela can go?
Pamela, thank you.
And
If y'all don't mind, just before Pamela leaves, this press wouldn't have been possible without Pamela's contributions. She showed up on day one and got her hands in things with me. That I don't know if folks know, I had some real dark days at the beginning of this thing, and she had every excuse not to stay out of it. It was messy, it was hard, and she worked herself tirelessly for me. I think there are lots of people in this room and in this town that Crest wouldn't exist without. We would not be what we are without Pamela Young, and that will be true forever. And so I know that we're having hard conversations, but I hope that folks will always remember that this woman came into a tough job in a tough moment and has worked herself to the bone for us. And I know you don't get to see it every day, but I do. She will meet with me in the middle of anything, sometimes just to talk me off a cliff, and the town is better for her being here. So I know we're navigating challenging things, but we're lucky to have her. I'm lucky to have her, and I just wanted to say that publicly.
Thank you very much. So I appreciate it. So I can take Counselor Walker's question if she's.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I was actually saying that I'm okay with letting Pamela leave and that I would be happy to send my questions to her. I have some comments, but none of them need her to be here. And I would be happy to find another time to talk with her.
All right, I'll look forward to it. And thank you very much for allowing me to leave a little bit earlier.
Thank you so much, Pamela.
Thank you, Pamela. Feel better.
Thanks.
Okay, so I wanted to check in quickly here. I did a quick peek at number 6 and number 7, and we have covered a lot. We have covered those in various portions of the discussion tonight. Particularly number 6, we talked about the anti-racism training and other training. And number 7, we talked about the communication plan just now between with Anna's question, as well as the translation pieces of things. So I think what we really have left here that folks still have, it seems to me, much to talk about is the Youth Empowerment Center. And so if there's no opposition, I would like to focus the remainder of our time on the youth empowerment piece. And maybe that we consider that 11 o'clock could be a time that we would want to, I see we're down to 1 page, which means we've lost some of the folks that were in this meeting. And I imagine that might continue. So
Michelle, I would just say we had like 4 people who had their hands up to say something about Chris. So I just want to make sure.
Yes, let's go back to that. Allegra, thank you so much for reminding me of that. Yes. Okay, so let's take the folks who, if you had your hand up for Cress, go ahead and put your hand back up. And then we'll take those folks and then we'll go to youth empowerment. So I think, Earl, is your hand still up from? Okay, so I'm gonna go to Ronnie and then Allegra and then Counselor Walker.
Phil
Okay,
had his hand up for that as well.
Philip?
Forgive me, I'm not really a night person, but here we go. My
Me
question
too.
really was, I'm very impressed by everything you've done and the challenges of innovation. And I would like to hear a little bit more about what your approach has been about how to break this barrier. You mentioned watching what's happening in Denver. You also mentioned that you're very different from a lot of the others because the others are parts of other departments. I don't know, you gave some explanation of how you're different. So in some respects, one would say, why look at what the others are doing? Because you have an edge here. You've got your own group, you train them yourself. And I'm wondering strategically how you're thinking about breaking this barrier of innovation. For example, in my mind, and I don't know anything about this, so forgive me if I sound really naive. You've been around for 10 months. Like, I would look at this point at what the police calls have been about. And I would say, okay, which of these can my team handle? Or could my team have handled, and use that to negotiate with the police about what we'll start handling. So that would be one thing. And the other thing that really surprised me in the beginning was your shift, which I know other people have talked about, the 9 to 5 thing. I'm wondering, without getting a whole other shift, and the alternative seems to be, do we have another shift? But actually, that's not the alternative. There are many alternatives, including having only an evening shift. So you still have one shift, but it's at a time when there's greater demand for your services. And I'm assuming that's when there's a greater demand. I don't know. So to finish quickly, I'm just sort of curious and thinking about where does Crest go next? You do have to take a leap of faith. I mean, I don't see how you get around that. You've got to jump. So the question is, you know, how much can you narrow that gap before you take that leap? And when do you want to do it? And it seems to me now's the time, but that's me.
Ronnie,
Thank
I'm
you.
always glad when our paths cross. You always ask good, compelling questions. So thank you for being here. So a couple pieces. My approach to the work is I mean, I just want to acknowledge that it may sound a little flowery, but it is that the thing that most folks are suffering from is a lack of relationship. That most people are struggling because I think of how most of us solve our problems is that we reach out to someone who cares about us, who can guide us or inform us, or sometimes provide the resources to solve the issue. So our approach to the work is this idea that I really believe in of we don't ask people to trust us. We are trustworthy in our actions, and we encourage them to watch us be trustworthy in that. We talk about kindness in our office. We talk about appreciation for each other. We talk about the barriers we've had and how we might surmount them together. The shift thing, we are not working one shift. So just to be super clear, the 9 to 5 thing has been over since very early January. Right now we are open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Mondays. That's a kind of, if you look at the call volume that day, it does tend to be a little bit earlier. It's kind of people getting back into the week. Tuesday through Friday, we are in town from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. There is a shift that starts at 8 a.m. and goes till 4 p.m. Another shift that starts at 12 p.m. and goes till 8 p.m. And those folks, the benefit of that shift is that there's some overage. So we, from noon to 4, we are able to really kind of, for challenging cases where there may be a concern and we need to send more than one team. For folks who may need transportation, which is a huge issue for folks. When you think about mental health things, it's easy to refer someone to a place, but if they can't get there, then what's the point? If they can't get the medication, if they can't do the things that they need to do to get better, then you're just selling them a panacea. It's not going to help. So that 12 to 4 allows us to really focus, to do some things that would be challenged with less than 2 teams on, or with 2 teams on. And then 4 to 8 really is a team that we're really building their endurance for 911 calls. They're taking more challenging calls during the 12 to 4 piece. They're doing some training in trauma work, some additional training in de-escalation, because they will be the first members of our team to work at night. It's just a matter of the seasons changing. And then Saturdays, we're in town 10 to 6. I am ready to leap. Our next leap is to take 911 calls. That is a tremendous leap. I would say there's really 3 points at which a department like ours fails. 1 is the hiring, 2 is the training, 3 is the start of 911. On the other side of this, on the other side of normalizing this 911 experience, which is going to take us some time, because it's not like we're going to do a month, we're going to feel really good, and then we're going to have solved this problem. We're going to start taking them during summer. This town looks pretty different during summer. So we're going to use the summer to train. We're going to train on those calls. We're going to build the capacity. And we're thinking a game day is when the schools come back in, when the increase of folks in here makes it more complicated. And then we'll have to normalize there. But I would say some of that feeling is having kind of active conversations with departments outside of here, but a lot of it is talking with people here. What is the kind of consistency folks need to solve their issues? What are the challenges? And some of it is the education piece. There are times where we show up and people are like, "Hey, I thought I called the cops. I don't know. Hey, I don't know exactly what you do." And there's some education that has to happen in the field. And that does sometimes take time. There's an education that needs to happen in the community, which we're hoping to achieve with some learning opportunities for community members to come in and learn alongside our staff, in real tangible trainings for them to get a sense of what we know, but for us to learn alongside them. I would say I'm always eager to leap, and the better part of valor has saved me. If we had jumped too fast here, I've seen departments that got too eager and didn't make it. Even in the year I've been here, departments have failed. And it's generally not for budget. It's because they make a move without having solid footing. So, like I said, Roddy, I agree with you. I think the time to jump is coming soon. And and I still think we'll be the fastest to our next steps. We know that the mandate here is for us to do this as quickly and smoothly. But I'm not going to let better be the enemy of good. The work we're doing today is good. The work we'll do this summer will be better than it is today. The work we'll do in the fall will be better than that. And if you give me a little bit of time, I think, and my team, particularly my coworkers, are excellent. I think we'll have an excellent department for you in a reasonable amount of time here. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Super satisfying in your words. Thank you, Earl.
Ronnie gets me psyched up.
Okay, Allegra, please.
I have three things. The first is, I think, going back to the theme of transparency for the evening. And I guess we met at some point at the beginning of the budget process and we're told, I present my budget to the town manager and he presents it, finalizes things. So are we able to know whether the budget that you dreamed of and the budget that you are receiving is aligned?
I think the town manager made a statement when he spoke about the budget that nobody got everything they wanted. That is generally not the way that budgets work. I've never submitted a budget and got everything I wanted. I think, it's important for me and it's important for our team. We talk about this. We exist in a context. I recognize that, yeah. So did I get everything I dreamed about? No, that hasn't happened to me once in my career. And town manager, I'm certainly open to you filling in the gaps here.
Paul, I think Earl was asking if you wanted to fill in.
Oh, well, I think Earl said it. I mean, we had over $1 million of requests that we could not fulfill from departments. I think that Earl has been superior at obtaining grants and things, but be clear on something I said earlier. His department is funded with town of Amherst taxpayer dollars fully. That's been fully incorporated into our budget, and that's been a high priority. The other point I'd like to make is that, I talked earlier about why we are building these departments to survive and to last a long time. One step is to incorporate their budgets into taxpayers' money and not to have them rely on grants. The other is that the 8 responder positions, I asked that they become part of the union immediately. There was no, usually what happens is that there's this push and pull between management and the unions where they're trying to capture positions. I thought it was important that these responders be represented at the collective bargaining table. It does add complications at times, but because most of our employees are unionized, they should be no different. So these positions now have an advocate in the union when we start to talk about their disposition going forward. So those are two things that I think are really important to recognize. My mission is to have Crest succeed. It's where the future is going to be for every city and town. Earl and I on my own have had these presentations at different associations, management associations, and MMA and things like that. And I think we are definitely ahead of the curve. And again, just so fortunate to have someone of Earl's stature to be able to visualize where this should go, have a plan of action for how to implement it. And there are a million decisions that have to be made. You have to do the job descriptions. You have to, rate the jobs. You have to negotiate a lot of things. And so like every step of the way, and like, for instance, we had to figure out, what happens when there's turnover? We had 8 responders or 10 people all go through training last summer. What happens when there's turnover? What happens when the new person comes in? What kind of training did that person do? What kind of systems do we have in place to ramp? We're not going to bring in, trainers all. So Kat and Earl had to figure out what that looks like and learn from that new person coming in. How do they get trained? How do they get up? How can they be at the same level for the other responders? So it's not an easy task. I know people want to say, do this now. I just, I am so privileged to be able to work with Pamela and Earl because their vision, their tenacity is just so important to have on our team.
So my second question is maybe more of a statement and possibly also a question.
I'll take either.
I guess just thinking about CSWG and 7Gen and some of the recommendations that were made, and especially looking at the 7Gen report, kind of my conceptualization of how it should be budgeted or how it might be budgeted was kind of under the assumption that the initial thought wasn't that the police department would stay whole while Crest was, this new department. There's a strategic reduction in positions in the police department as CREST was envisioned to become more functional, was gaining the confidence to respond to different 911 calls. And please, any of the members of CSWG, please correct me if my conception of this is incorrect. But I think part of the calls that have been made in the past were for a hiring freeze while we understood what CREST was taking off the plate of the police department. So that's really a statement, but I guess is that how longer term big picture budgeting is thinking about the CREST department, perhaps?
I'll just say the unsatisfying answer, which is it would be inappropriate for me to discuss the budget of any other town department.
And I would just note that this is sort of like, there's a certain number of police officers that need to be on staff to serve the community at a certain level. If we want to start reducing that expectation, then there's going to be less service to the public. That is not a direction I'm going in. I think the staffing that we have right now at the police department basically meets the needs of the community. I think CREST taking some calls will be helpful in terms of what the policing are doing, because it's an appropriate response. That's what we talk about as an alternative dispatch, not just alternative response. And so I think that having CREST taking some calls, it doesn't mean that you're suddenly don't need a police officer, at manning the station to take people who walk into the door. That person has to be there whether one person walks in or 25 people walk in. So I'm not seeing a reduction in the police department.
And then my last point was in terms of when CREST is taking the phone calls, because I was looking at the budget document. The police have things broken down by very specific call types. And is there going to be an attempt to kind of make equal or similar categories so it can be compared across the two departments when we're looking at these sorts of things?
Yes, absolutely. Our policy that's going through a legal review right now does clearly define call types that we can take. That call type actually hasn't shifted much over the year. There's about 14 of them. And if you looked at or if you get the PowerPoint I showed earlier, all those call types are listed there. They're assist citizen, assist business, assist, they're really built off of that, nonviolent school calls, things like that. And there's some folks who have some discretion. So dispatch may have some discretion to say, given what we know, this fits here. And the call types we're looking at are consistent with the call types that are being sent around the country. I'd say the only one that we don't have in there that we're just really looking to build capacity is actually more around being able to do some traffic detailing. That some departments are a little bit further along on that. We're just getting the training. There will be some of that going on. We're working with UMass to get the training for staff. There is a certification you have to do that. So the call types are listed. They were a part of our budget document, and they are consistent with the national standard.
If I can just add to that, so that they will have their metrics in the budget. This is the first year they were actually in the budget. So, and we will revise that as we think it needs to be done. Also, but note that the CREST has also purchased a software package that actually the fire department uses as well. They've customized it to their needs so that they can actually account for every call that comes in and track that. You might want to talk a little bit about that, Earl.
Yeah, we're using the ESO, which is the software, the dispatch, the kind of CAD software that the fire department uses. It's allowed us to onboard it much faster than if we had selected a service that wasn't used in town before. We were able to preload their locations. And frankly, what we find is that the fire department's approach is fairly similar to ours in terms of how they look at things like harm reduction, and that there were call types they were using already that flowed pretty eloquently. We also then had the And I owe the Amherst Fire Department a great deal of gratitude for this, the technical expertise that they have spent to prepare us to use this software, so that when we do get those legal things across and we decide to turn on that 911 switch, we will have all of the technology that we need to do that work. Everything from our radios, which are such an industry standard at the fire department, and Amherst College are looking at using those, to our laptops, which will be the same grade as the police department. I think as much as we're moving towards something, we are also making sure that things we get are durable, are top of the line, and will allow us to kind of develop and grow as we move forward. It's a big deal. It's also a big deal that this is software that dispatch is familiar with. And we're trying to, I think it's important that we remember that dispatch is also a big part of this process. Their understanding of what we can do. They have a lot of nuance in their work. And so anything we can do to make it easier, to streamline it, and we will spend a lot of time this summer getting to know dispatch in a better way too, because that will also help us. And anybody who really wants to nerd out over software, just come over to the office. Kill a couple hours.
Thank you, Earl. All right, Counselor Walker and then Counselor Steinberg.
Thank you, Michelle. I have two questions. One is for Paul that just came up in response to something he said, and the other is for Earl. And so I'm hoping that, Paul, you might be able to elaborate a little bit more on the plan in regards to how CRES and the PD will function together, because I guess my understanding was also that eventually there will be changes in terms of like CRES taking on police calls. Like I think that was my understanding, that was the whole idea. And so I'm a little bit confused by the statement you just made in terms of like level staffing. And I understand that you're saying there's a certain level of staffing we need to maintain services, but that's talking about services as is now. And so what do we expect to happen when there's a change or a possible fluctuation in services due to CRES taking 911 calls? And so like the moving of calls from police to CRES. And I know you said something also about like, how do we account for people needing services and then not getting them? But I think that also is vice versa. And so like, we're not accounting for that in terms of CRES. And like, we're not considering like what happens if there are 8 people who need CRES's help at the same time. And so I'm just trying to really understand how we realistically expect to address that possible fluctuation in the future, theoretically, but also in terms of funding. Because I know that's a big piece of it. And so like, when CRES does grow or does become full-time, and then that's a whole slew of salaries we're going to have to pay and operational costs, and like when and how are we accounting for that increase or that expectation? And do we know like in X amount of years or in whatever, like how are we planning for these things is basically essentially my question.
So I think, we are 10 months into the CRES program. They have not started to take 911 calls yet. That will happen. It's really hard to judge the impact on the police department. That's something the police department cares a lot about as well. And so it's really hard for me to project out. What I'm saying is of today, I'm not looking at any reductions in the police department. And we need to see how the CRES department is, if we are able, as we start to transfer calls over, it might be generating new calls, additional calls. I'm not sure how call volume is going to continue going forward. If the people are going to be more comfortable calling 911 or calling CRES directly to respond to things that people might not have called for support before. So I can't speculate on it. I'm just saying that at this moment in time, I'm not promising any reductions in the police department, and until we can really understand how CRES is going to impact that department.
Thank you, Mr. Bachman. And so is the expectation then at this point, because I know we can't predict what will happen in the future, but I know that the town does for almost every single project plan ahead. And so what is our plan ahead with this? Just leave the PD like as a non-factor and just look at CRES growth on its own and determine its funding and functioning based on that itself? Or are we looking at them conjoint together?
I think we need to see how this plays out. I mean, we haven't done this before. We haven't built a new department that's handling 911 calls before. So I really need, and rather than speculate and say something that that would please everybody, I think my realistic response as a manager is that I need more data. I can't be speculating on what's going to happen until I see how everything works out with the police department, with CRES, with dispatch, and understand how it all is all functioning together. It's a very complex system, and everything intersects with everybody else. Our model is different than many other cities and towns. We have placed CRES squarely in the public safety realm. Other communities have placed it in public health, which is a different area. And I think that makes us somewhat unique. Earl knows this better than I do in terms of where we have located our response, because that was how CSWG had envisioned this. It was an alternative response. It was public safety and community safety that we were talking about. So yeah, I'd love to be able to speculate, but I can't.
Thank you. It's somewhat helpful, but I don't think what I necessarily was asking for was speculation, but more, I think maybe I was asking it in the wrong way. But what I'm looking for is like, what is the plan? Because respectfully, I don't think the town approaches any initiative, new or old, with the we'll just see what happens. I think we usually have some sort of plan, even if it's a loose plan. So are you saying like the plan is that like maybe in 1 year, in 2 years, we'll do an evaluation and then we'll determine at that point if Crest needs more funding? Or like I'm just trying to figure out like how do we know when we're moving to the next step? Or do we have like milestones or time frame markers, or like in what way are I just feel like I don't really know how to ask what I'm asking, but I'm looking for more information in terms of what the plan actually is.
You mind if I take this, Paul? Just, I think on where I'm at, the 911 is our next step. Then to think about, are there reasons to grow? Are there new things to try, to settle there? But I'll tell you, what I understand is that people who look too far ahead don't seem to make it that far. So 911 is our next step, and then potentially growth. And what that growth looks like, I think we're still navigating, whether it means a team on an existing shift that looks different, whether it means different hours, specialty teams, teams that work with specific populations at specific times. I think the world is open to us, and so I think it's hard to ask that question because I think the community has the biggest voice in that. I think as we go on to 911, the things that we struggle with will look to grow, and when we run out of things that we struggle with, then we'll just look to grow laterally. But that's my plan for it. It's not to get too far ahead of my skis.
Yep. Thank you, Earl. That's helpful. And I think that leads into like sort of the question that I had for you, which is very similar. But my question for you was that I think earlier you said something about in regards to Crest being full time and not being ready yet, which I respect. But I'm just wondering, so like what would indicate to you that you're ready for that? So sort of a similar question in terms of, so we know we will be going into year 2 with the new budget, and we're not proposing any expansion or any additional staff for year 2. Is that a possible thought for year 3? Are we just assessing year by year at this point? Like how will we know? Because it seems like the community is ready for 24/7. And so how will Crest know when Crest is ready?
Yeah, so for me, it's really the kind of looking at the staff we have when they start to get comfortable with the work, which is, public safety is a feeling. I think it's really easy to talk about as a science, but when they have the trust of folks in the community, when the hand-holding can pull back a little bit, and that's a delicate thing, right? As we came out of training, there was a lot of hand-holding, and then we pulled back on that. Then when we split the shifts out, there was more of it. Kind of every time you add something, we want to make sure we're providing the structure to be successful. I think it looks like the responders being comfortable, 911 being the next step. It looks like feeling comfortable that every team we have can deploy to every 911 call we have and ultimately be successful there. that they have the skill set, that they have a nuanced understanding of the training, that we have the right people, that, you know, because there's always that assessment, is everybody going to be able to safely make it to the next step? And there is no roadmap for this. So sometimes someone looks great until you get to that next step. And then we really need to, you know, pause, see what we can do to firm them up. For me, what it looks like is the team being comfortable, the administrative stuff being doable. Likely, if we were going to grow to another shift, we would need to grow the leadership team first. We would need to build the supervision components out for it. Because as I'm realizing tonight, I cannot stay up all night. So there'll have to be someone who I trust deeply, someone who I believe understands the values and mission of this thing in a real core way. And, you know, I think Paul was mentioning something that I think is really important to mention, which is, and I think this is a testament to the CSWG and a testament to folks not taking half measures. We are the only department of our type in the country that is a standalone department, the only one in the country that is a standalone department, and that we get to chart our course this way. So I also just want to be honest that I feel the pressure of, you know, there are probably about 20 or 30 small towns that have reached out to us and are watching us. And you know, I feel the pressure of this thing failing because I get over enthusiastic doesn't just impact me or Amherst or my team. It impacts the potential of this idea growing in this country. And most departments in this country will need to look like Crest. They will need to, they'll need to be this size. So I guess the answer is I hope that that's a decision we'll all come to together. I know I owe the town council a report 1 year from our beginning of operations, so that would be September of this year. And I hope that at that point we'll have more information to share, and that as a group, as a community, as all the folks at the table here, will all feel a sense of what it's like, that we're ready to move to our next steps. I'm clear though that everyone knows we're ready for 911. That is going to happen.
Thank you, Earl.
I'm still excited for it, Alicia.
Thank you, Alicia, and thank you, Earl, and Counselor Steinberg.
Yes, I'll try and be brief because like Earl, I have limits of how long I can work 24 hours a day. I really I've always been impressed by CSWG's thoughtfulness in the way that they approach trying to visualize something. But I'm gathering, Earl, that what you're experiencing is what I experienced when I used to run programs and develop new programs, which is there's always a need to evaluate each step of the way and make modifications, so that a plan that you start with isn't necessarily the path you end up on totally, but you try and stick to the vision, but work the details. And it sounds to me like that is what you're doing. And so I just wanted to get your response to that first, and then I had one other thing.
Yeah, we often talk about it as steering the ship, and it requires lots of small adjustments on an almost everyday basis. You know, it's simple as, where are we starting our days? Where are we going to engage with folks? What resources do we bring to the table? I'll tell you, it is not uncommon that we start using a resource and then we get feedback from the community that resource is not offering what it told us it would offer, and then we need to pull back and find another resource to fill that gap. It's the relationship building. Sometimes agencies want to work with us, and sometimes it's like, wow, you guys are new, come back when you figured it out. And we have to kind of adjust that. And then, the responders, this is hard work. And I just want to acknowledge that these folks are seeing hard things on an everyday basis. Responders have seen people they work with pass away. We've had things like, we worked months to get a gentleman to a nursing home and he didn't make it 10 days there. These folks are doing incredibly challenging and emotional work. And my career in human services has taught me that learning how not to empty your whole cup out every day is a skill. And it's something that we need to cultivate. We have supervision. We do lots of supervision, lots of training, because I don't think the worst scenario is that this thing doesn't work. I think the worst scenario is that I destroy people in an effort to make this thing work. And so there's, yeah, Andy, I would say it's a lot of, and being reasonable about what's the right thing to do and what's my ego. Because I would love to move faster, but I recognize that on both sides of this equation are human lives, and that I have a responsibility and the town has a responsibility to be thoughtful about that. And so I do.
And I appreciate that response, and it's a perfect segue into the second thing that I was going to bring up, which is that I have great appreciation for you and for the people that you've hired and are working with, and care about them deeply. But I want to make sure that we're doing two things. One is that we are protecting their safety. And secondly, that we're putting them in situations where they have the capacity to solve a problem, because there are times when we need the authority of a police officer to solve a problem. We can't solve it without, and to put your people into a situation where they have no legal authority and no ability to use the skills that they have so wonderfully developed to solve a problem, I think will create a real catastrophe for us, and which then leads to the second problem, which you cannot respond to because it's a police question, which is how much police do we need and how much coverage do we need? I think and I'm just saying this to the group at large, that having looked at the police department over a long period of time during every budget season, I think that they're not as well staffed as people think they are for a department that's covering us 24/7, and that there isn't the level of flexibility to make significant cuts in the police department that I think others envision. And so you don't have to take ownership of that statement, but it's my additional observation. With that, I'll let it go.
I'll just say, yeah, you nailed it with the safety. That is the most important aspect of my job, is that my folks make it home in one piece every night, that they get to go home and love the people they started loving. I've looked their families in the faces and made that commitment to them. But I just want to be realistic about it. No community responder in the country has been seriously injured or killed in this line of work. And there are thousands of people doing that. We received situational awareness training from the PD, from folks tied to the police academy. We received it from lots of other places. And I just want to say the other piece, which is, I sometimes wish Amherst could see Amherst. This is a relatively safe community. And even today, I had someone very upset with me, very angry, very loud. And in that moment, what I recognized was this is a person who had experienced some real harm. This was a person who had been really hurt. And there was nothing about our engagement that was going to harm him. He was not going to be forced to go to a place that he didn't want to go to. He wasn't going to lose any money. He might call me some bad names, but I'm big enough to brush that off. And I'm sure I will see him tomorrow and we will have another chance at it. I think that there is a real approach to this work that I would encourage folks to look at the LEAP report, because it lines it out. I read that thing several times a month. It really does line out the approach. And the reality is we do not take violent calls. If a call appears violent, we refer folks back to the PD. And we're very clear with them about what that might look like. And if they're uncomfortable doing that, then we connect them with folks. We do our best to make sure that connection can happen smoothly. But we do not intend to be heroes above our belt. We have a specific responsibility. Same way you won't see us rushing into a house to put out a fire. We don't intend to do police work.
Thank you, Earl. Okay, it looks like Counselor Pam is the last hand up that we have here, and then I'm going to make a suggestion to try to maybe get us into bed. Counselor Pam?
So I'm getting some really good clarification here today. And I'll start off with some of my understandings and then you can tell me if I have it wrong. The police had been asked to do many things that was really not appropriate for their roles, a lot of social work, and that was because we didn't have anyone else to do that work. And so they did that with their other public safety work. So CRESS is here meeting, not replacing many things they did, but meeting a lot of unmet needs, which may in the future involve some crime reduction, but we don't know because we're not there yet. I mean, some of the senior services, the work in the schools, and the work with the immigrants. So it's public safety and, as you said, community safety. And what's really interesting to me is hearing how you're organizing and developing it. I'll tell you that it's the same thing is happening in teaching right now. I go to all the different the course of the year, and we're doing our equity education, and we're getting rid of so many of the rules that we had spent years learning how to do, how to give points, how to give deadlines, how to do the whole strictness. And it's teaching as an art again. It's, you know, and I can see that CRESS is growing organically. And it's experiment. Paul used the word experiment. It is, you know, it's more like an art. And I think that that's good because it's really improving the quality of life for individuals, which will improve the quality of life for all of us in the town. So I really like what I'm hearing. And it's an active discovery. And I think that's why Earl is saying, let's let it grow at the speed that seems to be right for it. And Paul, I think this is the first time that you really came out and said it may not necessarily reduce the police force. And I think you're right, but I think it will improve the quality of life for the individuals that they're dealing with and for us, because, you know, how can you go have fun and sit at a sidewalk cafe when somebody is having personal distress, the stranger's having personal distress, you know, right there on the curb in front of you? At least I can't. So I really do appreciate what CRESS is doing. And I appreciate you're giving them the time for them to grow as they see how they should grow. And with the back of the police, which is, I think, totally wonderful and essential, that they're working together. At least that's what I'm getting the full image that there's a lot of cooperation going on there. So have I got it right or have I overstated it?
Councilor Pam, I would say that largely that feels right on. I would say when people ask us, are we replacing the police? What I would say is what we're more replacing is a social work system that has become so involved in your insurance plan and what job you have and what level of care you have is solely determined by the amount of money in your pocket. The idea that poor folks, that folks who don't have that access, could still have regular access to care, that they could get transitional support that was meaningful and robust and didn't just drop them off at an appointment and hope that worked out. That folks who saw people who lived happy life as violence prevention. To me, that's the most revolutionary piece of this thing. And a place I look for inspiration often is Rwanda post-genocide, and the way that community had to figure out a way to deal with itself that didn't involve violence, that didn't involve violence to the perpetrator or the victim. And the kind of revolutionary steps it took to take that. I think folks can talk about it now, but this council, this town has taken revolutionary steps, and we aspire to live up to those every day. Thank you. Thank you for getting it. Thank you. If you want to write that up and put a picture under it, we'll send it out.
I do need to add something, Michelle, if that's okay.
Of
You know,
course.
Pamela and I both said neither of us want to follow Earl. I mean, that's just a perfect example why nobody wants to follow Earl on these things. But I think what's important, I am really sold on CRESS as being the third leg of our public safety system. That's why I think that's going to happen. I want to tell you about some examples. People are on their own thinking, this is a problem that CRESS can address. It can be this library saying they've got a real problem, and then CRESS actually goes and helps figure out what that problem is and helps to address it in a really informative and also kind way. It was the DPW saying we could use CRESS, we need CRESS in this situation because we don't, it's really not for a police officer, but a CRESS officer would be helpful. When we had the the Tibetans doing the march, Crest responders were the ones leading the march. We don't need to have uniformed officers, leading them out of the town, to Northampton. When, the town clerk had a need for constables, Crest stepped up and did it. And there was a good reason for that. One was, it was also to give a higher profile to Crest. So our voters started to see Crest, and it was a dual win there, I think. And they got to meet a lot of our voters who are going to the polls every day. They are able, he talked about going upstream. They are working with the inspection services on hoarding situations where inspection services goes in. They're typically just doing something and then moving on. Crest works with the individuals and helps them get support and, figure out the next thing. So it's just the number of things that we've discovered along the way that Crest can do because of their orientation. Nobody on Crest has ever said that's not in my job description. They embrace every challenge and every new thing and I think that's in a really terrific way. And I think that's a credit to Kat and to Earl for making that their approach to things is, yeah, we'll take it on. Let's see how we can do.
Can I just say one last thing? One of the reasons I don't want us to be guessing what it's going to look like in 3 years isn't because I think it'll cause an issue, or I think you might underestimate us. I think anything but letting us figure it out and get there. We are you. Like, this department is made up of people from this community. Like, just bet on ourselves. Let's just bet on this community. Let's see what happens. And either way, if it doesn't work out, we will have helped people on the way. We will have done good on the way. But the other thing I see with these things is we start saying, well, it has to look like this. And what if it looks like something different, but it still is good. It's still worthwhile. And I just don't want to let better be the enemy of good. I don't want to tell you what it's going to look like in 3 years. If the people I have continue to be the people they are, I would bet on us. I would bet on us every time.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Earl. Okay, so given the time and the previous discussions that we've had about number 5, 6, and 7, I think, and I'm going to check in with the other chairs, but unless there's something pressing that should be said now about the Youth Empowerment Center, it sounded like Pamela was very open to receiving feedback from the CSSJC, from the HRC, and also from anyone that's here who would like to provide feedback while that's in the process of being explored and developed. So I am going to ask for hands just to see if there is something that somebody would really like to say tonight, and otherwise suggest that we send our suggestions to Pamela. So that, and then at that point, I'll turn it back over to Lynn to close out the meeting the way that she sees, and to the other chairs. Yes, Fricka, nice to see you.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to thank everyone for their patience and, frankly, for endurance. This has been a marathon. I just have a few comments to make, and I think it will be beneficial for discussions as we go forward, because I don't believe this conversation has ended. I think it is going to be ongoing as we proceed. The first that I'd like to point out is that the CSSGC is an advisory body. And what that means is that our role is to make recommendations. And it is the responsibility of the town council and the town manager to accept or not accept those recommendations. That actually, I find, is a relationship that works well, because what that does is that we get to bring the diversity of views that we have within the committee to the council. And this diversity then means that we are not representing one particular group or another, but we're simply bringing the diversity of these different groups to the committee. And that's something that I think we should pay attention to. I think another thing is, given the letter that was read today, where we have distinctive and broad discrepancies on what we are aware of from the events in July, this goes back to the reason why we really need to find out what exactly happened. I don't think we have scraped the bottom yet. And except we do that, then it's very unlikely that we can, in any shape or form, redress the harm. We don't know exactly what the harm is. So what would we be redressing? So that's, I think, something that we also have to pay some attention to. I think the fourth thing relates to something that was said, or the third thing relates to something that was said earlier today as well, which is that we could have outreach from the town council and from the town manager to groups that are unlikely to go into those spaces where political leaders might be. I think that's right, and that is something that should be done. But I also believe that it is imperative on us, as much as we can, being part of different groups and communities, to find ways in which those communities can interact with both the town council and the town manager. So I don't believe the traffic should be moving in only one direction. I think the traffic can move in both directions, and that is how we can build this trust. Trust is not only something that is going in one way, it's earned in both ways. And then I think finally, when we bring issues up in these kind of meetings, for those who are not participating in these meetings, it is best that we don't bring their names up. They may be unable to defend themselves. I think it's decent and it's courteous to do that. And in a space where everyone is able to defend themselves, then we could bring up whatever issues we find with those people. But anyway, I'm sorry I've taken your time. I just wanted to say that I enjoyed listening to the discussion and being educated by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I know Lynn will say this, but just thank you to everybody who's been involved in this. Thank you to the CSSJC, the HRC, to the staff. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to facilitate. And I'm going to turn it over to Lynn.
Thank you. And Michelle, thank you so much. This was a very, this is a conversation we could not have had a year ago. Okay. This is a conversation that most communities still can't have. And a lot of very, very important things have been said tonight. Some were related to the items that were listed on the agenda, and some are related to items that are not. I know the town manager has taken notes. I have taken at least 16 pages of notes. I'm looking for the themes. I'm not going to try to come up with them now. I just want to thank all of you and all the people that did decide they needed to go off to bed because of the hour. I want to particularly thank CSSJC. Actually, I want to go back and thank CSWG and then thank CSSJC and the Human Rights Commission that have joined in this really important conversation for our community. And it's had its bumps and it's had its challenges. But the thing is, we're working on it. And what we've seen tonight is progress. Maybe it's not the progress that some wanted to see, or maybe they wanted to see it differently, but we're moving forward. And that we owe to Paul and to Pamela and to Earl and to their staff and to the ongoing vigilance of everybody who's here and all of the committees that are represented. So I will say, I will be now formally requesting that the town manager continue to update us on the 7 items and any other relevant actions or items that have come up as part of this conversation. And he'd do that through his monthly report or in other means should he seem necessary. With that, I'm going to ask Philip to adjourn what's left of your committee. You just need to say the
Yes, the
details.
Human Rights Commission is adjourned.
Okay. And Allegra, go ahead for CSSJC.
So CSSJC had this bold idea that we were going to meet afterwards. It's 11:25 and our meeting is posted. Are we rescheduling
You're welcome
our
to
meeting?
stay on
Okay,
and not
we are
adjourn.
adjourning. We are adjourned at 11:25.
I'm not even sure you have a quorum anymore. The town
No, I don't think
council
we
is
do.
adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone.